time has flown by here at the Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. We are live from the Patliputra Sports Complex and I can't believe that it's day 6 and the final day. We've seen some fantastic displays of Sepaktakraw over the last few days and the audience has turned up in numbers. They've soaked in the atmosphere, the action, appreciated all the gravity-defying acts, all the acrobatics, and it's simply been a magnificent experience to be here. And it always leaves you wanting more. It's going to be now the hosts India taking on Poland in the women's Regu event.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, Bihar, India. For the first match of the day in Women Regu event, court number 1, we have Poland versus India. Ladies and gentlemen, give a huge round of applause to the dynamic group of talented players, Team Poland.
There's the Polish team, only a 3-member unit. You've got Agnieszka Rybicka, Agnieszka Mudzka and Adriana Markiewicz. So just remember, this is a Regu event, so there are only 3 players on the court, of course, and at the same time, they don't have substitutes, so they've got to continue with all these 3 players anyways. And the team manager is Katarzyna Zareba.
Ladies and gentlemen, now give a huge round of applause and make some noise for the Team India!
An early start for the hosts and the 5-member team. They've got a full squad. Started off very well yesterday with a good performance against Malaysia, followed that up with another against the neighbors Nepal. And here they are in their final group game in the women's Regu event against Poland. Let's just have a look at the lineup, shall we? Maipak Devi will be the captain. And now they've got Elangbam Priya in the team along with Tepa. The substitute bench, you've got Monica and you've got Ayakpam Priya right there, forming the 5, and Coach Hemraj and assistant coach B.A. Sharma to assist. As the 2 teams greet each other in the middle, it's my honor to also welcome to the commentary box Mohammad Gulfam, international referee. He'll be explaining different nuances of the sport to us throughout this stint. And also if any questions arise with regards to refereeing, the rules, always good to know a perspective of someone who's actually in the neutral, because they get to see that very well from the baseline.
नमस्कार निशाद, बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया, आपके साथ मैं हूँ.
Here's the list of the match officials. और गुलफाम साहब जरा इनके बारे में हमें बताइएगा.
ये मैच ऑफिशियल ये है सामिज मोहम्मद श्रीलंका के हैं, कोर्ट रेफरी बरजमोहन इंडिया के, और उसके बाद में सोमया असिस्टेंट रेफरी, चैलेंज रेफरी मनिंदर वो भी इंडिया से है, मोनो चुटचित, ऑफिशियल रेफरी सूर्य बहादुर.
Yes, there's an entire team of referees that assembles itself around the baseline so that they can officiate the game to good effect. Also just letting everyone know that in court number 2, the match between Malaysia and Nepal is going on. So the last league games simultaneously being held, and that's the right thing to do, a perfect format. And Maipak Devi begins proceedings. It was a little too good for Poland. It's of course going to be a challenging ordeal, or a challenging match for Poland when you're up against someone so strong. But they will be better having learned, having picked up all the skills. As the captain gets ready to take on a simple push across the line. There's another point by Tepa. Agnieszka Rybicka is the Tekong for Poland, and Maipak Devi, the captain, is the Tekong for India. A good attempted header, but just out of the line. यहाँ आपको तकनीक में अंतर नजर आ रहा है, क्योंकि पोलैंड जहाँ पर फुटबॉल ज़्यादा खेली जाती है, यहाँ उन्होंने जो सेपाक टकराव है हाल ही में ही ऐसा खेलना शुरू कर लिया है, तो आपको नजर आएगा कि आपको स्पाइक और ये सब ज्यादा नहीं दिखेंगे। हालांकि यहाँ जैसे इन्होंने सर्व करने का प्रयास किया, ये कोशिश तो इनकी जारी है कि जो टेकोंग नॉर्मली करते हैं वैसे ही किया जाए, धीरे धीरे करके सीख जाएंगे।
बेसिकली उनके अनुभव की उनकी कमी है, क्योंकि नया टीम है इस वक्त, और बाद में चल के हो सकता है कि टीम ऊपर आए, क्यों फुटबॉल अक्सर फुटबॉल खेला करते हैं ये लोग, लेकिन सेपक्टाक्रो में बिल्कुल उनका अनुभव थोड़ा सा कम है, और भारत की टीम तो बहुत ही मजबूत टीम है।
मगर यहाँ आकर इन सारे टीम से मिलकर खेलकर इनको बहुत लाभ होने वाला है। They're going to really benefit out of this experience irrespective of the result, and they have to tell themselves that let's keep the result aside, let's pick the learnings, let's see what we can do to get better, what can we do to get more flexible and move forward as well.
नहीं, सेपक्टाक्रो का जहाँ तक सवाल है, सेपक्टाक्रो तो डोमिनेशन है साउथ ईस्ट एशियन कंट्री के, लेकिन अब चूंकि यूरोपियन कंट्रीज भी इसको खेलने लग गए हैं, आने वाले वर्षों में निश्चित रूप से वो भी उभरकर सामने आ जाएंगे।
Absolutely, Gulfam Saab, you're right, because we want to see Sepaktakraw grow around the world, and the participation of such nations definitely helps in that. And the more they play as they are here at the World Cup, they'll take these skills back, and from there it could also spread into the other countries. They will get more skills, and having said that, Poland have also got their first point.
देखिए, हमने देखा है फ्रांस को, पोलैंड को, न्यूजीलैंड को, ये सारी टीम जो है बिल्कुल नए हैं, इनके लिए ये खेल बिल्कुल नया है, और लेकिन मैं ऐसा समझता हूँ कि चूँकि अभी इनके लिए अनुभव की कमी है, लेकिन आने वाले वर्षों में निश्चित रूप से वो भी इस खेल को बहुत बेहतरीन तरीके से खेल पाएंगे।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, क्योंकि just to draw an analogy of sorts so our viewers understand, just the way Japan and South Korea grew in the sport of football. A decade, in fact not a decade, many decades ago, 3 or 4 decades ago, they weren't around the World Cups as much, but when they get into World Cups today in football, then you can see that Japan and South Korea are more than competitive. They beat some of the best in business as well on their day, and that's what you want to see. You know, as the game grows, you'll find more teams, and the success of Japan and Korea has also helped overall football in Asia. So if the likes of Poland, France continue to turn up at Sepaktakraw World Cups, that's definitely going to have an effect overall in Europe.
नहीं, मेरे ख्याल से यूरोपियन टीम जितने भी नए टीम आए हैं, उनको इस खेल में ग्रासरूट लेवल से अपने खिलाड़ी को प्रस्तुत करना पड़ेगा। अगर ग्रासरूट लेवल से उनके खिलाड़ी उभर कर सामने आए, तो आने वाले वर्षों में उनको भी एक्सपीरियंस हासिल हो जाएगा, और वो भी सेपक्टाक्रो फील्ड में वापस आ सकते हैं। ऐसा मैंने देखा है कि इनका जो अनुभव की कमी है इनके पास।
बिल्कुल सही कहा आपने, क्योंकि अनुभव की कमी है, मगर यहाँ कुछ भी करे, इन्हें बस सब कुछ सीख कर जाना चाहिए। अभी मेरे ख्याल से टाइम आउट लिया गया है। यस, इट्स अ टाइम आउट। द पोलैंड कोच just having a word with her players, just trying to tell them what they can do better.
देखिए, जहाँ तक टाइम आउट में अभी इनके पोलैंड के जो कोच हैं वो उनको इंस्ट्रक्शन दे रहे हैं, लेकिन अंतर इतना ज़्यादा बड़ा है कि पोलैंड के पास सिर्फ 2 अंक है और भारत के पास 12 अंक। अभी यहाँ से सिर्फ 3 अंक उनको प्राप्त करना है पहले सेट को जीतने के लिए। तो मैं नहीं समझता कि इनका इंस्ट्रक्शन जो है, इसमें कुछ तो ज़रूर है कि वो बैकअप कर सकते हैं, बाउंस बैक कर सकते हैं, लेकिन इतना भी ज़्यादा नहीं कर पाएंगे, क्योंकि अनुभव नहीं है इनके पास, एक्सपीरियंस नहीं है सेपक्टाक्रो खेलने का। और मैं समझता हूं कि आने वाले वर्षों में अगर इसी तरह से वो ज्वाइन करते रहें, सेपक्टाक्रो को खेलते रहें, तो उनके पास भी अच्छे खिलाड़ी, क्योंकि यूरोपियन के पास बहुत पावर ऑफ इंस्टिंक्ट जो है ना, बहुत उनके पास है।
Power of instinct, and they've got also a naturally sport loving culture. So when you've got a sport loving culture,
obviously,
then definitely it helps. And see, this is the kind of sport that's very encouraging, Sepaktakraw. So I see a lot of potential. There can be a lot more players, or एक दिन ऐसा भी आ सकता है कि हम कहेंगे हमने पोलैंड को ऐसे देखा था जब वो आए थे नए नए, और फिर अब देखिए कहाँ पहुंच गए। तो ऐसे दिन की हम उम्मीद लगाए बैठे हैं।
नहीं, उनके पास बहुत ज़्यादा उनके स्पोर्टिंग ये है ना, उनके पास वो किसी भी खेल को बहुत जल्दी अपना लेते हैं। और मैं समझता हूँ कि जब उनको इस सेपक टाकरा के लिए खास करके ग्रास रूट लेवल से खिलाड़ी करना पड़ेगा।
Yes, they've got a nice athletic and sporting culture back in Europe. Tepa will just tip it over the bar, taking India to 13. There's a 10-point difference. Poland have managed to get 3 points, but overall for India, it's been quite simple this morning here on day 6 at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. This time, use of the head, and that will help India get a set point. They've got actually 11 set points now.
3-40 game.
And into the net, the first set, as expected, goes India's way. 15-3. A bit of blessings on the line, and that's what the scoreline is at the moment. India 1, Poland 0. It was 15-3 in the first set at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna. Just as a reminder, in the women's regu event, this is a Group A encounter. India have already played their matches against Malaysia and Nepal. They have beaten both of them. At the same time, may I also remind you that in court number 2, Malaysia and Nepal are currently contesting in the last league game of Group A as well. So simultaneously, with the league games happening in both the courts, it's obviously a very, very good measure, and that is the way sporting schedule should be. So credit to ISTAF on implementing that here.
जहाँ तक भारत के खिलाड़ियों का संबंध है, वो रेगू टीम बहुत अच्छा खेलते हैं। रेगू के मैचेस उनको क्वाड्रेंट इवेंट और डबल्स में इतना ज़्यादा उनको पॉइंट माने मिलता नहीं है उनको प्रमोशन, लेकिन रेगू टीम के बहुत ही अच्छी टीम है और निश्चित रूप से वो यहाँ पर मेडल प्राप्त कर सकते हैं।
इसकी वजह आपको क्या लगती है कि रेगू में आपको और थोड़ी एक मजबूती दिखाई दे रही है भारत के पक्ष में, और हालांकि क्वाड्रेंट में आपके पास एक एक्स्ट्रा और रहते हैं, यानी 4 लोग रहते हैं, तो रेगू में ऐसी क्या बात है जहां पर आप बेहतर करते हैं?
क्योंकि देखिए, आप रेगू का जहाँ तक सवाल है, रेगू में आप जो सर्विस करते हैं वाटर सर्कल से, वो सर्विस जाता है सीधा टेकॉन के पास, और टेकॉन इतना मजबूत रहता है हमारा कि वो एकदम बड़ी आसानी से बॉल को इम्प्लीमेंट कर देता है दूसरे कोर्ट में, जो कि चूँकि डबल्स में और क्वाड्रेंट में बेस लाइन से बाहर किया जाता है सर्विस, उसमें थोड़ा सा एडवांटेज इनको नहीं मिलता।
We've got the various officials and dignitaries present here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup.
The Naresh Kumar, the secretary for the STFI, in the middle.
Yes, one of the first people I met when I came to Patna. India and Poland now head back into court. Poland know that they've got a challenge before them, but yes, just do the best that they can. That's all we'd like to see. That's all they would want to ensure that they can do in their control. Just put in their best effort.
Point, India.
Good start for India in the second set. यहाँ जिस प्रकार का टेकॉन का उपयोग होता है रेगू में अगर बात करें तो एक बात हम कह सकते हैं, यहाँ ज़्यादा एक स्किल नज़र आती है। क्वाड्रेंट और डबल्स के अगर साथ हम तुलना करें तो यहाँ एक ज़्यादा हमें एक स्किल नज़र आती है।
क्योंकि देखिए, यहाँ पर टेकॉन का जहाँ तक सवाल है, टेकॉन सर्विस सर्कल में होता है, और उसको सर्वर अगर सही प्रकार से थ्रो कर देता है तो उसके बाद वो आराम से बॉल को दूसरे कोर्ट में डालता है। उसके बाद वो माने वेट करते हैं कि बॉल उनके पास आए, इस दरमियान में वो अपना पोजीशन ले लेते हैं, और टेकॉन, सर्वर और लिफ्टर और स्मैशर, ये तीनों अपने अपने पोजीशन पर बड़ी आसानी से आ जाते हैं।
it looks like there's going to be a double substitution. Ayakpam Priya makes her way into the court and Monica will come in. Monica is also a Tekong, so that allows the captain Maipak Devi to sit out. This is good from the Indian team management as you are playing a game. This is the last league game and you're going to progress through to the semi-final, so it's good to get that bit of game time today. And Priya doing what she does best. Priya as a player, इन्होंने बहुत impress कर लिया इस पूरे विश्व कप में. जो नेट पर जो इनकी फ्लेक्सिबिलिटी है और जिस प्रकार से ये स्पाइक मारती है और एक एग्रेशन सा नजर आता है उनके खेल में, तो ये देखकर काफी अच्छा लगता है कि ऐसे खिलाड़ी भी उभर कर आए हैं भारत के लिए.
जी आपने सही कहा, क्योंकि हमारे पास हेमराज जैसे कोच है ना, तो वो इतना ज़्यादा मेहनत करते हैं खिलाड़ियों के पीछे, तो प्रोड्यूस करते हैं, अच्छे से अच्छे खिलाड़ी प्रोड्यूस करते हैं और उनको हेल्प करते हैं बी.ए. शर्मा जैसे कोच. और चूंकि ये काफ़ी एक्सपीरियंस है, मैंने हेमराज को देखा है. हेमराज लगातार 25 वर्षों से मैंने उनको देखा है कोचिंग करते हुए इस गेम में, और बहुत अच्छे तरीके से वो यूटिलाइज करते हैं अपने खिलाड़ियों को.
That spike going towards the Poland captain. Agnieszka Rybika over there. Monica again. I don't think we saw her in the first match, but she came on during the second one against Nepal. Hadn't started well, but then as the match progressed, then she got into her form, into her scheme of things, and here she started decently well. It's important that all the players on the bench also get game time, because in the semi-final you never know when they may be required.
भारत का जहाँ तक सेपक टाकरा का सवाल है, जब से दैया साहब ने चार्ज संभाला है, वो इतना अच्छा काम कर रहे हैं सेपक टाकरा को प्रमोशन के लिए, और वो अपनी तरफ से वो खिलाड़ियों को भी अडॉप्ट कर लेते हैं, ग्रास रूट लेवल के खिलाड़ियों को. उनको ये पता है कि ये खिलाड़ी अगर खेलता रहेगा तो आगे चल के ये बहुत अच्छा खेल का प्रदर्शन कर सकता है हमारी टीम के लिए.
This time into the net, and that allows Poland another point. Agnieszka Rybika. I'd like to see a proper serve from her instead of just parrying it across the line like that. That's not the kind of serve that you'd expect. A couple of times we've seen Agnieszka Rybika actually serve in the way that the more established Tekongs do, and I hope to see a lot more of that, because the more she will do it, the more she'll get better. Yes, this is a stage where you want to put in your best effort, so give that best effort.
Point, India.
क्योंकि शुगर होगा ना.
Time out.
Timeout being taken by India. In fact, it's a Poland timeout. My apologies. 11-2. India only 4 points away from winning this match. And we begin yet again, and this could possibly be the last passage of play in this Group A encounter in the women's Regu event. It's going to be Monica to continue. I think Maipak Devi has done her bit in this match, so we will directly see her in the semi-final later in the day. A good taped service there. Monica getting it just past the line as India move across to 12. ये taped service बड़े मुझे अनोखे लगते हैं.
जी, मोनिका बहुत अच्छे खेल का प्रदर्शन करती रही हैं. जितने भी खेल हमने देखा है, उनका जितना भी खेल है, वो बहुत अच्छे तरीके से अपने खेल को समझ-बूझ के खेलती हैं.
Look at that. That was actually a good effort. I will give credit to Poland there. That was Agnieszka Mucika. She tried to put in that kind of service, just like how Monica did on this occasion. So Poland just need to keep trying that. Keep trying those serves as a tekong, because otherwise if they keep lobbing it across the line, they're never going to get better in terms of trying the others.
देखिए, सेपक टकराव का जहाँ तक प्रश्न है, आप अगर गेम को समझ के खेलते हैं कि मैं कितना पोर्शन ऊपर जाऊं, कितना परसेंटेज ऊपर जाऊं मारने के लिए, तभी मैं उसको यूटिलाइज कर सकता हूं.
It is match point, but the setup wasn't quite convincing, which is why it was difficult for Priya to get it across the line. So for the moment, Poland are alive, and it's going to be Monica to serve yet again. And let's see if she can get one of those good serves in again. Topping Group A, storming through to the semi-finals. That's the host, Team India. In the women's Regu event, we will see this team in the semi-finals later today. And having won all their 3 matches, this is yet another convincing performance. They are confident, they are hopeful, and a country watches as they will now carry the hopes of medals for them. It was 2-0 in this match against Poland, the last league game for them. It was 15-3, 15-3. And we've got more matches in store. Please do wait. Please do stay. For Thailand versus Vietnam, it's match number 23. Women's Regu events continues. India have won all their 3 matches in their Group A in the women's Regu event. A team led by Maipak Devi, the Tekong, was clinical, convincing, and which is why all the fans are hoping for a change in the color of the medal as they head into the knockouts. Well, for Poland, this experience will be fruitful and one that will surely serve them and will hold them in good stead as they eye growth in the world of Sepaktakraw. As the action continues, it's going to be Thailand versus Vietnam, match number 23 in the women's Regu event.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Match number 23 on court number 1, women's Rego event between Thailand versus Vietnam. Presenting to you, Team Thailand.
Well, the Thailand team, the juggernaut, a lot of familiar faces there as we've seen them in some of the other events at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 here in Patna, Bihar. Vifada walks out first, but remember, Sirinan is the appointed captain of this team. Let's have a look at the lineups. As I said earlier, Sirinan is the captain. Primpa Fra will be alongside her, along with Manlika. Vifada and Ratsami will be on the bench.
Make some noise for Team Vietnam.
A team and a country that really prides itself on excellence in the field of Sepaktakraw. The Vietnamese women, as you may remember, in the women's quadrant event, they had won the gold medal. As they walk out here, they are hopeful of another good performance in this women's Regu event. Tranti Vui, the coach and the team manager, the officials in attendance, and they are watching some action unfold here, which has been really inspiring. And it's always inspiring when Thailand and Vietnam take on each other, isn't it? Because they are the established Sepaktakraw nations with that tradition and history. Thi Mai will be the captain, along with Thi Kan Lee and Van An will be on the park. Gok Yen and Gok Huen will be on the substitute bench. The teams greet each other and will head back before the match starts. Get into a huddle. In the Thai huddle, you can see their team manager, Supsak Punsev, one of the true legends of the game, one of the greatest Tekongs the world has ever seen. Whenever it's a Thailand-Vietnam match, you always expect a lot of fireworks in terms of brilliance on the field of play.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome you all to ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
If you're youngsters
Bihar, India.
who want to pick up the
Match
sport,
number
who want to
23.
learn how to play this match, this is the match to
Women.
watch out for.
Thailand
Just have a look at
versus
how
Vietnam.
they
On
save,
my right,
set and spike.
Vietnam. On my left, Thailand.
The flexibility,
Yes,
the fluidity
yes.
in their movement, the presence of mind. It's a combination of everything that really
Thailand
helps
to
them
serve.
excel in the field of Sepaktakraw.
Low. Oh! Right.
That's a fantastic start.
Thailand.
Primprafa, a Tekong, getting that nice and low into the center. Vietnamese tried to do the best that they could, but there was no way that they were retrieving that one. Vui Thi Van An is the Tekong for Vietnam, and as we see Thailand get another point with that spike near the net. Early pressure on Vietnam. Manlika always good on the net, and we saw her during the women's quads events as well.
2-0.
Primprafa again nice and low. An attempted header by Khan Lee, just going off court.
Love 3.
I quite enjoyed that serve, just the way that it was delivered by Vietnam. Well, I can only appreciate the serve because Thailand have been fantastic. Look at that, Manlika just on the net, tipping that ball over. The game has just paused a bit because the referees are just consolidating and reconciling the scores. Our score sheet tells us it's 4-0, but on the main referee scoreboard it's showing 2-0. Perhaps it's just a technical delay. We'll just wait until this is resolved. Yes, it's just a technical delay on the scoreboard. Here's the list of the match officials. We've got Abdul Halim Kadir as the main chairman referee. The official referee is Surya Bahadur, and he's assisted by Manta. The referee is Preeti Arora. Court referee is K. Shrikant. And Primprafa, yet again, they've taken Thailand 5-0 forward, and I think it's appropriate, only appropriate that Vietnam have now signaled for the timeout. As the timeout concludes, it's my pleasure to welcome to the commentary box Drew Lilly. Drew, Thailand have started very well and it continues. It's like a juggernaut, isn't it? Now they're moving to 6 love And talking about Vietnam, they pride themselves on performances against Thailand, but it's not been a very good start so far.
6. Low. Vietnam.
Things not going their way at the moment. Vietnam. These teams have met in all 3 World Cup finals that have had women's regu. 2024 didn't have women's regu. It was just men involved there. But in 2011, 2017 and 2022, Vietnam made it to the final every time, lost to Thailand every time. So this one is a repeat of all those 3 finals. They're guaranteed to make it through the group stages. Whoever wins the group will face Malaysia from Group B. And whoever loses this match will face India.
7-1.
India just played the previous game here at court number 1, beating Poland in straight sets, and Vietnam, they get a point. That was a good spike.
It's a shame for Vietnam. They're doing most things right, but when it gets down to the final execution, just long there from Nguyen Thi Can Lee.
And this is where they were better in the women's quadrants. If you remember, in the final, they beat Thailand, and that was a really big occasion for them. They were a lot more in your face. They had that aggression, but at the moment, with the way Thailand have started and Primprafa, I think that's just inside the line. So Primprafa in particular, since the beginning of the game, she's been on point with the serve. She's got it right in that angle between the 2 Vietnamese players, and generally she's targeting towards the left side from her eyesight.
2-9.
Opportune header. It's good serving from Vuti Van An, but it's not coming off at the moment.
These 3 Thailand players were also a part of the quads team that won the medal, so they obviously play a lot in tandem, a different format. Here Manlika has to also assist in terms of being the feeder.
Change for Vietnam. Thi Can Lee has gone off and Thi Gok Yen has come on. Immediately into the action. So something different at the net. And it appears to have paid immediate dividends. So a smile there from Tran Thi Vui. Because it's, yeah, she called that one out herself, but the touch judges did that for her. So it's a different presence at the net. Here she is feeding the ball.
Thailand, Vietnam.
Just gives the opposition something to think about. She's done very well coming in, and feeding the ball is an art as well, not just striking it on service. You have to get it in exactly the right spot for the Tekong.
10-4.
Non-striking foot inside the circle.
Vietnam.
Pretty pleased with this substitution so far. Turn things around, 3 points in a row.
Just to build up on the fact that you said that even feeding is an art, and yes, I'm done with my cricket references, so I'll move over to football now. It's a bit like assisting, isn't it? Where you are creating the perfect opportunity for your Tekong, however good they may be, to deliver the best that they can.
Good judgment. Was that one out? The best view was of the right. The umpire in the chair was right above it, the referee in the chair. However, I think their view might have been slightly blocked. So they asked the line judge. The line judge said, my view was blocked as well. So the referee decided to say, okay, we'll go with my original thought, which was that the ball was out. And finally, an excellent service by Prim Prapa to turn things around as we look at some of the Thai men's players who have been part of a team that's won 3 gold medals already, plus 1 silver in 4 events that have had the medals handed out already. I wouldn't say it's the same as an assist in soccer, because that is a build-up, which it's not a set play. So unless you're saying that it's not even a free kick or a corner, because this is a stoppage in play and it's a set play. So if you want to have a sporting analogy, it's the equivalent of snapping the ball back in American football. It then has to be caught and placed, and then the kicker, when they are trying to score a field goal or a point after touchdown, it's an absolutely set play from set places. Whereas an assist in soccer can happen from anywhere and it's not a set play.
What surprised me in all of that is someone who actually lived in England saying soccer.
I'm being international. 5 down there. Beautiful service. They've turned things around a little bit, Vietnam. Unfortunately for them, they were 6-0 down. Take out that opening run and it's 8-6. Unfortunately, you can't take out that opening run. Clever service.
Thailand.
You can either fire it in at your opponents and hit them with pace, or you can not put the pace on the ball.
The last 2 serves have been the ones without the pace. Otherwise, earlier she was always getting that pace on, and in between 2 players, she was trying to fire them in.
Vietnam.
It's all down to variety. If you keep firing it down in the same place, eventually your opponents are going to get a read on it and know where to stand. Just stand further back, stand slightly to the left, slightly to the right, however good the service is. If you're an international, you will adapt to it. So keep them guessing.
Just my observation, and I could be wrong. I believe at least in the Regu event, there's a greater scope to score of the service than the doubles or the quads as well.
That's correct, because doubles and quads are serving from behind the baseline, so it's got further to go. And it needs to get up and over the net. So unless you're incredibly tall, it's always floating along at a plane and you're hoping it'll dip so that it lands inside the court. Whereas here, particularly for taller tekongs, you're already, regardless of who is the tekong, you're already halfway inside the court. So you've got far to go. You've only got half a court on your side to cover, but you have an entire court to aim at. And there we go. Thailand take the first set, 15-10. They raced away with it early on, and then it was very balanced after that, but they got that 6-point cushion from the opening, and they've got the first set against their traditional rivals, 15-10.
First set, won by Thailand, 15-10, 2-minute rest.
थाईलैंड ने वियतनाम के सामने पहला सेट जीत लिया है। ये है ग्रुप बी का मैच विमेंस रेगू इवेंट में। यहाँ ISTAF सेपकटाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 बिहार में 1-0 से बढ़त ले ली है।
Clear in. Okay.
तो 1-0 की बढ़त लेने के बाद अभी दूसरे सेट का आरंभ होगा। वियतनाम पर दबाव होगा कि यहाँ वापसी कर ले। मेरे साथ कमेंट्री बॉक्स में मेरे मित्र ड्रू जुड़े हैं और हम आपको अगले कुछ पड़ावों का आंखों देखा हाल सुनाएंगे। And what a start! That taped serve. I always enjoy watching them.
No lets in this game, so if it hits the server, it hits the tape, it goes over. Hits the net anywhere and goes over, then you carry on playing.
1.
You do get that in certain forms of tennis. In the junior form of tennis, for example, they still play no let services. Swebsak Pansweb in the background, Thai women's team manager, legendary Tekong. And Satya is the coach alongside him.
One, two. Ball. Vietnam.
I think that's good judgment being shown by Vietnam, is it? No,
Yes, it
was. Yeah.
It's their point. Yeah, it was out, and well, that's
One.
Vuti Van An obviously knows the dimensions of the court to within an inch or two.
Now you can just see the energy level in the Vietnamese players going up. Now that in the first set, yes, they lost it 15-10, but they had managed to bounce back after being 5-0 down. And right now, just that energy. Just keep that energy up. Keep it going. Save, set and spike like that.
Well, since I joined from another court, I've seen 25 points, 10 for Thailand, 15 for Vietnam. So as far as I'm concerned, Vietnam are leading 1-0.
Time out.
That's how it works, isn't it? Drew's rules.
Yeah, and if Kranti Wui is superstitious, she may then prefer you to continue being here.
Well, I forced Thailand into a timeout.
ที่ตะก้อก่อนน้อยดูที่วิถีตะก้อแล้วเคลื่อนในการรับสร้างจังหวะในการรับแต่ไม่เป็นไรไม่ต้องขึ้นใหม่มันตะก้อตอนนี้นางฟ้าเนี่ยเขาจะระวังแหละระวังตะก้อคล้องไม่ได้ดูขาดดูคล้องอะไรไม่ต้องใส่เปลี่ยนจังหวะด้วยเดียวไปเล่นใหม่ว่างแข่งการเล่นใหม่ตอนนี้ตะก้อเราขยับมาคล้องขยับมาเปิดคล้องแล้วก็เล่นยาวหน้าซ้ายแล้วค่อยรัดขวาก็ได้ขวาระวังอันนี้น้อยทิ้งไปแล้วเล่นใหม่ดูตะก้อให้ดีเข้าใจนะดูตะก้อให้ดีนะดูตะก้อให้ดีแล้วเปิดได้มั่นใจเด็กเปิดได้คนมั่นใจน้อยมั่นใจแล้วมองที่ตะก้อไว้น้อยมองที่ตะก้อไว้
Vietnam are leading in the second set. It's 5-1 and it's been quite a good comeback. Ever since Drew has joined me in the commentary box, just as he mentioned, for him, Vietnam are 1-0 up because ever since he's been here, they've won more points.
I like Vietnam as well, particularly the women's team. I like the way they play. I like the energy. I like the tactics. I like the way they spike when they tend to, particularly in the quadrants, they'll put the ball out wide and then spike back in. Seen that with Tranti Gokien in both formats. And you always like to go for the underdog. And anyone facing Thailand is the underdog in any form. With all due respect to Swebsak there. He's listening to me and frowning.
Initially, Gokien was not a part of the starting lineup. She came on as a substitute. Now she's going to be a feeder, of course. But Gokien was quite the difference between Thailand and Vietnam when they played the quads final, and she was the one who helped Vietnam win that gold medal. So a good tactical change, she's confident, and you can see that kind of aggression in her body language as well. Every point she's sort of in your face, and she's also spiked very well in this match.
2, 8, 7.
Bear in mind that these two are going to make it through to the semis. That's a great service by Primtrappa. These two are going to make it through to the semis, and to be blunt about it, they're going to be the favourites in their semi-finals, up against India and Malaysia respectively. So this could be a final rehearsal, and I know that's a tough thing to say based here in India, but India will have their work cut out against whoever loses this match when it comes to the semi-final. So it may well be that both Thailand and Malaysia wanted to keep their powder dry, maybe keep the likes of Gok Kien off, so as not to show your hand too much and then bring them in the final.
4, 7.
The options that Thailand have got would be at Tekong, for example, Vipada, but Vipada, we saw her wearing a mask yesterday, so maybe she's not feeling 100% well, so it's likely that Primtrappa will have all of the Tekong duties. And we've had another timeout called, this time by Vietnam, after they've seen a few points conceded in a row.
แล้วอย่าลืมมันมีแรปมาก็จะลืมอย่าเผลอมีแรปมาเพราะนั้นตอนนี้เราต้องแก้ไขที่เกมเปิดของเราก่อนนะคะเกมเปิดของเราก่อนฟังนะได้นะปีนตัวนี้ยาวซ้ายแล้วค่อยขอให้เขาพะวงเดี๋ยวยาวซ้ายแล้วค่อยขอนะจังหวะในการเล่นก่อนจำไว้นะคะเล่นก่อนตอนนี้เรามีหน้าที่เปิดแล้วเปิดก่อนกดเสียทิ้งเลยไม่ต้องกังวลไม่ต้องกังวลเปิดใหม่มีสมาธิใหม่พอเราได้กับลูกใหม่เราดีใจกับแต้มที่เราได้ใหม่แค่นั้นเองทิ้งกับเขาเลยเข้าใจนะน้อยมันใจเอ้าไปเลย
Players in. Players.
This has been quite an engaging set here in the match between Thailand and Vietnam. Vietnam holding on. They have bounced back in this match, you can say. Although Thailand are leading 1-0, Vietnam searching to equalize this match by winning this set. It's quite a decent serve, but Manlika Bunthod gets that point for Thailand.
Great work by Sithinam, captain. The diminutive number 22 there with the armband on. She scampered all the way over to the ISTAF board, kept the ball alive and then set it up perfectly for Manlika. And there she is again. There she is again, winning points for her team. The unsung heroes, the setters. She scampered all the way back, and then you can see where she set the ball up to. That's absolutely perfect, that set. It was the perfect height. It was half a metre away from the net, and she did that from behind the baseline.
Thailand.
Timeout hasn't worked for Vietnam. 3 in a row for Thailand.
Some of the officials from the Sepaktakraw Federation of India present there.
8.
They've done incredible work in ensuring that this tournament has gone off smoothly in Patna, Bihar.
Point Vietnam.
I was just telling our viewers, I can't believe it is day 6. We've had such a great time across the last 5 days. It feels as if it's just flown by.
It's been non-stop action.
All.
This is the 6th and 7th category that we've had after men's and women's doubles, men's and women's quadrant and the mixed quadrant.
Thailand.
So it's 7 different categories in total, spread over 6 days.
Yes, hello.
9, 8.
Not you. Primprafa set up that good serve. Save and set by her.
What a rally.
Point Thailand.
And of course, the longer a rally goes on, the more likely it is that Thailand are going to win it.
Both teams just refusing to give up there, and it was incredible to see the kind of efforts that they put. Primprafa on one occasion saving and setting herself, and then Vietnam also working very well together as a unit.
Eight, 10. Ball for Vietnam.
A good block there once again by Goh Kien. Got the foot in the way, and the ball soared over the Thailand player Serinan, unable to stop that one.
Ready. 10, 9. Ball for Thailand.
Another attempted block in similar fashion, but that's gone out, and that allows Thailand a 2-point lead at this juncture. It's a good lead to have as you move into double figures.
9, 11. Out for Vietnam.
Winning a point of their own serve. And now Vietnam have got the opportunity to equalize with Thailand. Take this game forward, take it forward, and equalize in this match.
11, 10. 5, Thailand.
Full stretch. Me, but it was asking too much of her. Primprapa's serving today. So that was off the toe, but curling downwards.
10, 12. Point, Thailand.
Even Goh Kien's blocks now failing to keep the ball in.
Get ready.
Went on quite a roll, Vietnam did. Second half of the first set, even though they'd left themselves too big a hole to get out of. And first half of the second set.
13,
But it's
10.
Coach Satia who's smiling now.
Red point.
Thailand appealing for the ball being handled. And Van An says, nope, certainly not. We're going to have a challenge. Satia's on her feet. We're going to have a look already.
Ready.
I'd say not. It was me who got a leg in the way and I think an arm out of the way. No harm, no foul.
11, 13. Out. Point, Thailand.
Attempted block flies out, and that's 3 match points for Thailand.
Point. 14, 11.
Effective block, and Tranti Vui also enjoyed that one along with the others in the substitute bench.
Goh Kien getting the points in the end. Wonderful block by her against
Thailand,
Manlika,
ball, please.
and that's perfection, that is.
But right, well,
Still
ready.
match point. Me needs a good service.
Right,
No, goes into the net,
clear,
and
baseline.
unfortunately, fault from Van An, and it's 15-10, 15-12. Thailand have won this one in straight sets, and they have secured top spot in the group.
A straight set victory. They may have lost against Vietnam in the quads final, but here they are trying to turn things around, and as they move into the semi-final, they are confident and they want that gold medal, and most likely they'll face Vietnam again. But we now get ready for the semi-finals. Thailand 2, Vietnam 0. They've won this match 15-10, 15-12.
Thailand 15-10, 15-12, 2-0. Players taken.
The teams perhaps telling each other, see you again.
They will see one another again, maybe not on this particular stage, but sooner rather than later.
And we'll tell our viewers as well, see you again, because coming up next, it's the host team, India, taking on Brazil. It's the quarter-final in the men's Regu event. Don't go anywhere. Please do stay with us. Thailand won in straight sets against their age-old rivals Vietnam. Remember, in the quads final, Vietnam got the better of them, but Thailand are here in the Regu event and they mean business. They want to change things. They want that gold medal, having won gold medals in the other events. Vietnam, they always turn up determined against Thailand. But this time, in this group encounter, Thailand were better. Having said that, there is a possibility of both of them meeting yet again in the finals of this same competition. This is the next match. In the men's Regu event, the hosts India taking on Brazil.
On court number 1 in men's Regu, we have India versus Brazil. Let's welcome the team with incredible diversity, Team India.
The Indian five, familiar faces if you've been watching over the past 5.5 days. 3 on court, 2 substitutes. India, who topped their group, giving them the marginally easier quarter-final. Three starters: Ram Kumar, the captain; Bobby Kumar is going to be the one at the net, and Arun, the Tekong; Akash and Henry Singh are the substitutes.
Let's call the vibrant and colorful Team Brazil.
Brazil, here they come. Interesting that they managed to make it through the group stages, and credit to them. Found themselves in a group with Singapore and Sri Lanka, and they defeated Sri Lanka to finish second in Group C. Lost to Singapore, as you would maybe expect, but defeating Sri Lanka, making their way through to the quarterfinals. And now they've got a puncher's chance of defeating the hosts. Guilherme Aurileite, Diogo Gizzini and Gustavo Leite are their starters. And then the substitutes, Gustavo, no, which one is he? Elias Tavares do Nascimento. I missed out his first name there. Six officials, one in the chair, one on the other side of the net. 2 line judges, one to take care of the substitutions and the challenges, and then one to relay the challenges. Hilario Nobrega, the Brazilian coach, is a very animated figure. I'm sure we'll cross to him at various points during the match, and you'll see him shouting the odds.
You can hear the crowd getting that energy. They've grown in numbers since the women's game, which was a couple of matches ago. And as the day progresses, we'll see more and more people turn up here at the Patliputra Sports Complex. And throughout this entire series, we've also seen members of the forces in the stands, local authorities also turning up, providing their support for the successful conduct of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. And we are really grateful to the Bihar government, the Bihar State Sports Authority and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government. There's also support from the Sports Authority of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports.
Ready? Love, out.
There's Bobby Kumar, the local favorite, getting that spike, roll spike rather, early in the match, and India are away.
It'll be a tough ask for Brazil, particularly their Tekong Guilherme Auri Leite. With all due respect to Brazil, India want to get this quarter-final in the books as quickly as they possibly can. India want to be playing a semi-final and a final later today. As promised, Hilario Nobrega, he's already shouting the odds.
Interestingly, just beyond the advertising boards, I can see Henry Singh warm up. So at some point, he's going to come in. But Akash, you can see there, just wearing his jumper and sitting alongside the coaching staff. Just like in the women's game earlier that India had against Poland, they made those changes where they got Monica and Priya in so that they get some game time ahead of the semi-finals. So possibly that's something that India could also do here in the men's.
Would make sense. If they win this, then they'll face the winners of quarter-final 4, which is Iran versus Nepal. And then after that, they'll be looking at featuring in the final. Looking at that, leaps like a salmon there, does Gustavo Leite.
An early substitution by the looks of things for India, as Henry Singh has just approached the referee's cubicle. And out goes Arun.
So change in the Tekong position.
Ball out, point India.
That's what you need to do as assistant coach Sharma. That's what you need to do. You need to make sure that you take it. It's a very specialised position. So imagine if Arun were to be injured at any point in the quarters or the semis, and all of a sudden Henry Singh is dragged in cold, hasn't played at all, and has to perform in a medal match. And you need to get some services into his legs.
That was too quick, just too quick for Diogo. Hilario Nobrega there on the touchline. He isn't going to keep quiet throughout the match, is he?
Great save by Diogo Gizzini. Couldn't come up with it the second time. Damned if you do, damned if you don't. You've got to stand a certain way back because it's coming at you with pace. So there you would look at Guilherme Leite and say, why aren't you standing further back? But if you do that, then Henry Singh will look at where you're standing and then just put in a softer service. Henry Singh going all the way back, showing his prowess as a defender, save and set. We'll pray Brazil to keep that one alive. That unfortunately was the third touch. Hilario not finding that hilarious. It's again nice work by Henry Singh. He was way in the back court, and when you take on, you have defensive duties when you're receiving the ball as well. And he went all the way back, saved it and set it himself. And then a delicate touch by Bobby Kumar just to soft shoe that one over.
It's set point for India.
Set point for team.
In the men's quarter-final, India ahead by 1-0 against Brazil, 15-2 in the first set. They have their eyes on a bigger prize. Just tapping it with his hands, it was going into the nets anyways.
Brazil allowed to have a bit of fun. They're on the biggest of stages. They're on a hiding to nothing against the hosts and the favourites in this competition. So why not have a smile?
भारत ने 1-0 से बढ़त ले ली है ब्राजील के विरुद्ध। ये क्वार्टर फाइनल है मेंस रेगू इवेंट का ISTAF सेपकटाक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 में, और ये खेला जा रहा है पटना बिहार में। अभी दूसरा सेट जल्दी शुरू होगा, आप हमारे साथ बने रहिएगा।
For second set, players in the court. Players substitution from Team Brazil. Jersey number 4 out, jersey number 5 in.
तो भारत आ चुके हैं वापस मैदान पर और उनका सामना अभी ब्राजील के साथ हो रहा है। 1-0 से बढ़त ले लिया और यहाँ पर ब्राजील ने एक सब्स्टिट्यूशन कर लिया है। उसकी जानकारी हम आपको देंगे क्योंकि उनके लिए इलायस अभी मैदान में उतर चुके हैं गुस्तावो की जगह। भारत को खेलने देख कई लोग आए हैं मैदान में।
Ball out, point Team Brazil. One, love. Ball out, point Team India. One, all.
Guillermo Leite still with the Tekong duties. As you can see, Elias do Nascimento has come on. Brazil take the lead. How about that?
3-2. Roll-out point, India.
India back in the lead now, as expected. Actually, here in India, in the sporting circles, Brazil is quite popular, and that's because of obviously football and also the F1 drivers that they've produced over the years. And also the political ties between the countries have been very strong.
Speaking of political ties, you wouldn't want coach Hilario Nobrega in there as a diplomat, would you? He'd be there shouting the odds.
He hasn't stopped at all, has he? I haven't seen him stop since the beginning of the match.
He must pause for breath at some point, presumably during the points, and then starts up again after every point. Good service from Henry Singh.
He's got Elias Tavares sitting next to him, and he's constantly in his ear ever since he's gotten back onto the bench.
He's not happy.
It isn't quite bad actually from Brazil, because they're already up by they're actually up to 5 points, only 2 points behind India. Definitely better than the first set.
Well, it is on paper. I think that's been experimental services really from Henry Singh. He's making sure he gets as much practice in as he possibly can ahead of a potential semi-final and final. See the different types of services. There we go, they're getting the ball back over the net and asking questions of the opposition, and Elias do Nascimento ending up winning that point. You can see the different, yes, Hilario loves that. Different types of service, so we're about to see a perfect service, no doubt, a proper service, so good high ball toss. And Henry Singh's going to get the right foot all the way up there. And fires it down. Clever header though.
A very good header. Hang on, he was smiling a minute ago. What happened there? His team's got the point.
Now we're going to see, it's a little too late, a different type of service. Guillermo Leite is more of an impromptu Tekong, the number 2 for Brazil. You can see he hasn't really got the Sepaktakraw build. And we'll see it next time that he comes to serve, which is going to be now. So the ball toss isn't high and over him, it's out to his right, and he swings around at about a 90-degree angle as opposed to 180 degrees. Here he is. And you see the ball coming out to the side of him to make it easier for him. Hasn't got the flexibility in the hamstrings to get his leg all the way to the vertical.
11-7.
Another good header there. it was Guillermo Lete. They've gotten the point, but yet the coach hasn't stopped.
Perfect roll spike by Bobby Kumar. Saw that he didn't deviate from his path. Straight up, straight down. Coach Hilario Nobrega is not going to be happy about that one. All three Brazilian players backed off. It's a shame it wasn't three chests, two of them then a header. He's taken his cap off, he's not happy, he's not throwing in the towel, but India have 6 match points.
India have sailed through to the semi-finals. It's 15-2, 15-8 versus Brazil. As the crowd gets behind the hosts, a semi-final beckons for India. There you have it, Arun joining alongside Akash, the coaching staff. Bobby Kumar, Henry Singh, Ram Kumar, they've put in good performances here. It's 2-0 to India as expected against Brazil.
India 15, Brazil 2, and on the second set, India 15, Brazil 8. India win 2-0. Players, take your hand.
Let's tell you what we've got lined up for you up next here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna, Bihar. The Patliputra Sports Complex is getting ready for quarter-final number 3 in the men's regu event. It's Singapore taking on the United States of America. India have charted their journey to the semi-final of the men's regu event in the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. The quarter-final saw them feature against Brazil, and a victory in straight sets was expected. But sterner tests await them, and I'm sure that they are ready for the challenge with the crowd behind them. There's the local favourite Bobby Kumar. He's got his family around as well for Brazil. Another learning experience. As the crowd wait, here's the next encounter for you. It's Singapore taking on the United States of America. It's quarterfinal number 3 in the men's regu event.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, Bihar, India. Match number 27 on court number 1, main rego event between Singapore versus USA. Put your hand together for Team Singapore.
Singapore favourites for this match, but this I think is going to be the tightest of all 4 quarterfinals. Singapore came through Group C, beating Brazil and Sri Lanka at a canter. Both of them cruised through in their 2 matches. Mohamed Danish is going to be their Tekong, Danish Irfan, and then Zaire Iman will be up at the net. Akmal Musharraf, the water carrier, doing the setting and feeding. Khairul Shami and Yor Adli are the ones on the bench. Six referees. Main referee, net judge, 2 line judges, 1 for the secretarial work, noting down all of the changes, and then you've got another one. Oh, there we go. We've got all 6 of them there. So the chairman of the referees is the head of the tournament, really, Abdul Halim Kader of the International Sepaktakraw Federation. And then you've got an extra one in there, a challenge referee as well, because we have video challenges here, as well as the 2 line referees, the referee and the assistant referee, and then the one on the court to make sure that everything alongside the court, of course, not on the court, because there's no room for them. You've got the players in there. We need the USA here. Where are they hiding?
Maybe a few last-minute words by Jeremy Merkin-Reich back in the locker room.
Well, they need to be out of the locker room, and I'm looking a little bit concerned here in that we can't see them. Right, we're just waiting for the announcement. Reassure me, guys, where are you? They're coming out. Kercha, the captain. Cha Tao is going to be the setter, and Plaire, the youngster, at the net. Absolutely phenomenal when they took on India and all but stole the first set from them.
USA were impressive during their group stage encounters and did extremely well against India, because they knew that India were the stronger side, but they kept fighting, particularly their captain Kercha taking on 2 responsibilities, even coming up to the net. And you've got Plaire, the youngster. I think it's safe to say that if Plaire continues to grow, then he could actually go on to become one of the players to watch out for in the ISTAF events ahead. And I hope to see a lot more from the United States of America Sepaktakraw team.
As you can see from the names and from the players themselves, the USA takraw community is made up primarily of people whose families are from the Hmong community, Hmong, originally from China thousands of years ago, and then they moved across various places in Southeast Asia, and a number of them have moved over to the United States, brought Sepaktakraw with them, brought other people into the Sepaktakraw fold, the likes of Jeremy Merkin. There he is, Coach Chair. He was a footbag player, so hacky sack. We can't call it hacky sack because that's a trademark. So footbag is the name of the sport. He was a footbag player and he transferred his skills to Sepaktakraw. Big smile on his face. He does regular video blogs before and after matches.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. This is Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025, match number 27.
Danish Irfan, the Tekong, number 12.
On my right, USA, on my right.
Kher Cha, he's going to be the Tekong as well, but expect him to come up to the net every so often and take a few spikes. Ple Re is the main attacker, but they can have twin strikers really with Kher Cha.
Ready, Singapore. Love, all.
Yes, Kher Cha actually played more of an attacking role in some of the group games.
Out.
Tries to get that big service in, just puts it out.
One, love.
So no second service in this game. Oh, how about that? It was sliced. So you've got the three US players back on the heels, and Danish Irfan put slice on it to take them all by surprise.
Brilliant in deception. Onto the net. Not the ideal start for Kher Cha in this match. Initially against India as well, he started not in the most convincing of manners, but then he picked up, and once he picked up, he was mighty effective.
Yes, you don't want to make a habit out of it, out of struggling early on and digging yourself a hole. Easy, obviously, for us to say that from up here in our lofty perch in the commentary box.
Taking a page right out of Danish's book that time.
You can see that gets the sole of the shoe up there rather than the top and slides it over.
Ray gets that across the line very well. This time, he's just tipped it with the front of his foot onto the other side. What has also impressed me about this youngster is his presence of mind. Sometimes they may just go at it with full force, but he's used just the front of his boot and put it across.
Looks incredibly calm. He's not overawed in the slightest. He's travelled halfway across the world. This is his first ever World Cup, and this World Cup has been down not to one man, but that person there that we saw has been absolutely instrumental. Yogender Singh Dahiya, the president of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India. Tireless work for months behind the scenes.
5.
Let's see what kind of service will Kher Cha put across.
Just long.
Server.
Yeah.
6, 3.
I think 3 points he's given away on service, Cha. So he's not going to be overly pleased with that. Of course, Danish Irfan not been perfect.
Still got to make him play.
4, 6.
Great work by Zahirman, the tall blonde figure on the right, saving and then going up into the advertising boards, almost by the referee's chair.
7-4.
Cha with the spike. It's originally a great spike from Ray from a long way back, and it ended up requiring a couple of touches on the other side of the net in one go by Akmal Musharraf.
5-7.
Number 4 on the right.
Zahir Rahman with the spike, but Ray equal to the task with that block.
Stretched out a long leg. Coach Jer liked that one.
7-6. Singapore.
They're losing the points well, USA, which is a strange thing to say, but you could see that Tao got in and anticipated a short service, and then Cha almost getting that back over the net.
Point, Singapore.
Needs to find a rhythm on service, though, the captain.
9-6.
That was actually some good work by Zahir Rahman on the net, as he just managed to retrieve that spike by Ray. Ultimately created the opportunity for him, but then hit it onto the net. This point was actually lost well by Singapore.
Point, Singapore. 10-7.
Danish Irfan threw everything into that service, and Ray tapping his chest saying, yeah, that was my fault, because he tried to spike from the Tekong circle, and that was always going to be too big an ask.
Would you in such situations prefer to just put it across the net?
Well, yes, because it's almost impossible to get a spike unless the ball is 2.5 meters in the air. There's no way you can get it down effectively, so you just have to get it up and over the net.
And also, if the striker is tall, like if he's tall and he's back, and plus it's at an ideal height, it'll be more effective, right? This time he gets it closer to the net, not completely near the net, but enough for Ray to get that across.
Further back, and I think USA have decided that they're going to go for it. They're going to take their chances however they come.
And that's how it should be. Just the kind of spirit that they've shown in this entire tournament. The match against India was good.
Singapore.
Well, it's taking their chances in, they're going to gamble. Rather than playing neutral balls, they're going to play the low percentage shots.
12-9.
High risk, high reward. And that's why you could see some frustration on the face of Jeremy Merkin.
Point, Singapore.
A good attempted save by Kercha.
Timeout, USA.
This entire rally lacked pace, But now there's a timeout by the United States.
When you're pressuring with the block, it's just all about covering the angles. They're not going to power through an experienced team. You have to use our power to dominate. That's what we got to find. With that switch, that's dangerous. That's what we got to switch the mindset. We got to be strong. Come on. Come on, guys. Here we go. We got this.
Time's up, players in the court. Ready, USA?
A much needed timeout for the United States of America as they are trailing Singapore by 4 points. Singapore are only 2 points away
13.
from winning this first set in the quarterfinal of the men's regu event. And it'll be Kercha to begin proceedings.
Point, Singapore.
Puts it long yet again, and it's a set point for Singapore soon after the timeout.
Game point, 14.
5 of them.
9. Point, Singapore.
Singapore have taken the first set 15-9 against the United States. While the United States were fighting hard, Singapore, of course, a lot better in this first set. Now, for the United States, it is important to put in a better performance in the second set. At the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna, Bihar, this is the men's quarter-final in the regu event.
First set, Singapore win 15-9, 2 minutes left.
Kun Bunchai Lord Pipat.
Ready?
Kun Bunchai Lord Pipat in the middle
Second
there.
set, Singapore to serve.
Acting president of the International Sepaktakraw Federation.
Ready, USA.
Surrounded by various members of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India. Members past and present.
Low. Oh.
Always looks very calm, player day. Not overawed in the slightest. Great save by Cha. Great set by Tao. Great spike by Ray.
Love. Point, Singapore.
Still hasn't quite found his rhythm with the serve, Kurcha. Still hasn't quite found his rhythm with the serve, Kurcha. Hitting the net yet again. He's also put a few long. Apart from that initial serve, which was a little short, there haven't been too many good ones from him.
Point.
But play Ray on the net, he's good.
Let's have a look at the serving. The ball toss from Tao. That was a good ball toss. It was up high, right above Char's head. Made him get his foot almost at a 180-degree angle. The ball toss is very important. It's not just the Tekong striking it. USA, a couple of points clear. Make that 3. We know they're capable of scoring points. We know they're capable of playing a very good takraw. Saw that against India.
4-1.
Zahir Rahman using all his height to good effect to get that roll spike across.
Two, 4. Point, USA.
Danish Irfan's turn to miss out on a couple of services. You could see what he was trying to do there, and Singapore finding themselves adrift. They've taken a timeout.
Time's up. Players, ready. Ready, Singapore.
We begin after the timeout again, and Singapore had opted for it as USA were just gaining early momentum in the second set. It's 5-2 with Kurcha to serve. Zahir Rahman, the tall figure of Zahir Rahman, quite flexible and acrobatic. Play rate did his best to block that one.
3-5.
There's the acting president of the International Sepaktakraw Federation in conversation with the chief of the Bihar State Sports Authority.
Point, USA. Server.
There's also Mr. Yogendra Dahiya,
Ready?
the chief of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India.
6.
Here in Patna, Bihar, we've been very fortunate to come here and be a part of this event.
Point.
This time just gives it a bit of a nudge with his head. It was floating in air. A few felicitations continue.
4-6. Point, USA.
Full credit and a token of gratitude for the support of the Bihar government and the Bihar State Sports Authority there.
7-4.
They've been instrumental and critical for the successful staging of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
Point, Singapore.
Singapore looking to turn this around
Ready?
after the timeouts.
A friendly chat between the Bihar State Sports Authority chief and the acting president of ISTAF.
Point, USA.
How good was that from Play Ray? He set himself up for that spike and then just tipped it over with the front of his foot. This is why this youngster is really impressive, isn't he? The presence of mind.
Point, Singapore. Ready?
Another fault on service. Shah is going to have to find his radar as quickly as he can. Still contributing in other ways. Save from Shah, set from Tao, and a spike from Ray. All three involved. That's what you want to see. Everyone knowing their role.
Yes, and they have to keep feeding Play Ray with those good setups. Then he can finish them off very well, as he has consistently done throughout this men's regu event.
Point, USA.
That was very good. Once again, this time, Play Ray using the header, just put it past the net.
It's difficult. It's flying through the air. You have to assume that the striker on the other side of the net isn't going to get to it first. Close your eyes and hope. Make sure you're in the right position.
Point, Singapore.
Good tape service from Danish Irfan. Singapore in a little bit of trouble in this set.
10-7.
What Shah would give for a tape service here, or is he going to go for a slice one, take the pace off it? It was an angled one.
Point, USA.
A point well lost by Singapore there, because you've got to give credit to Zahir Rahman, who went way back past the baseline and still managed to deliver a spike. But in the end, for Kercha,
Singapore.
simple.
Well, I think the credit has to go to United States. It was well saved by Zahir Rahman,
11.
but they then saved, set, spiked, and they've got themselves a 4-point lead. Shah comes up to the net. Everyone getting in on the act, and they're 5 points clear. 3 points away from taking us to a decider.
5 points clear, and you can see the energy in the United States camp. This is what you want to see. Jeremy Merkin will be very happy, very pleased. Now he'll tell them, boys, let's just finish it. Let's get the second set.
Point, Singapore.
Like that point there, USA once again. It was a clash of heads. Contest between Zahir Rahman and Ray.
12.
Anxious times for Coach Saleh. USA just 3 points away from taking this to a decider.
Point, Singapore.
Not the best of setups. It was way away from Ray. He had to reach out to that one, which is why he sent it out of the court. His momentum was taking him one way, the ball was going the other.
Well, short of him suddenly becoming a left footer, it was the only way it could have gone for him, and I think he needed to tap it over the net rather than rolling.
Fine.
That'll do though.
USA.
Singapore out of sorts in this second set.
It's over.
Timeout surely
Singapore
needs to come
leading.
from them. But thinking about it, they used their timeouts earlier in the set when they were down, so no options here other than to make substitutions. USA 2 points away.
The United States have really turned a corner since the beginning of the second set. Meanwhile, an inadvertent break of sorts for Singapore as one of their players goes out, stretching a little bit.
I don't know how inadvertent this is. I think this is quite deliberate. This is, I said they need to take a timeout, forgetting that they already had, so this is their equivalent of a timeout.
That's why.
And the other two players have just gone towards the bench and they're having a chat now.
Well, of course, our viewers can't see. I use the air quotes when I said inadvertent.
Stay warm, stay loose.
A little bit sneaky by Singapore.
Ready? Singapore.
Almost have soccer rules and say, well, okay, you can come back on after play started.
9-13.
Make them play with 2 for the start of this point. So, huge service coming up for Danish Irfan.
Point. Singapore.
He's put that long play rate. It was an opportunity for him.
Thirteen, 10. Ball. Point.
Great service by Cha, and that sets up 4 set points for USA.
It's over. Ready?
4 set points, and that's some turnaround by them.
See some activity on the Singapore bench.
14. Point. USA.
USA are level. It's 15-10 in the second set. They went down in the first one, 15-9. But this has been a comeback inspired by a team effort led by Kershaw. Play rate was good and some good effective support. It's 1-1.
Second set, USA win 15-10, 2-minute rest.
The hair boy is so short. Is he that big older? He's short? Don't try to kick.
Number 11. Singapore, sit down. Number 11.
Hey.
Players ready.
Here we go. 1, 2, 3.
In the court. Third set. USA to serve. Line referee.
An interesting quarter-final here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. That's
Ready,
between
Singapore.
Singapore and
Love.
USA. They are level at
All.
1-1. This is the third set, the decider.
So same again, first to
Singapore.
15. The only difference is we're going to change ends when one of the two teams gets to 8. So when one of the two teams is just
One,
over halfway
love.
towards securing a semi-final berth. Who's going to have the psychological advantage of leading the teams round at the change of ends?
Point. USA.
Get the impression that if the US captain Cha can find his range on service, which he hasn't got up until now, and yet they've taken it
One,
to
all.
the third set. If he can find his range on service, this fella here, then USA could create an almighty upset.
Point. Singapore. Two, 1. Point. Singapore.
And I'll also go so far as to say USA need everything to go right for them. They need every spike to come off. That one
1,
pretty
3.
low down the net.
Point.
That was a good
USA.
serve. You just mentioned that they need everything to go right for them, and
Cover.
that includes Kercha, because his serves have to be a lot better, and on that occasion, that's a good start for him.
3, 2. Point. Singapore.
Intelligent work from Zahir Rahman on the net, seeing Kercha trying to come forward to block, and the player standing back has just managed to place it between the two.
Second, ready. 2, 4.
Jeremy Merkin living every point out there. He's a former player.
Let it go. Out.
Point.
Well left.
Singapore.
Called out by Tao, called out by the judges.
Sorry,
That was a
point.
fine margin. I think that's why everybody's laughing.
Ready.
He saw it until the last second and then let it go.
4, 3. Point. Singapore.
Singapore got the early lead, and USA finding it difficult to get back on level terms. They'll get it to within 1. Singapore will win another point, and obviously every point is taking Singapore nearer to the semi-finals, and every point is pushing USA out of the tournament. 3-point gap now.
Singapore. Six, 3. Point.
That's it. That's it.
USA.
Good help.
It's over.
Hey, you guys. Hey, you guys.
Ready, USA.
Take your time. Breathe for a minute. Breathe. Control. Get your tie.
4-6. Point. Singapore. It's over.
Singapore stealing the advantage in this all-important third set with that 3-point margin.
7-4.
So far from the USA, it hasn't been like the second set, where they were ticking their boxes.
Point.
And with
Singapore.
those spikes hitting the net,
Players at the baseline.
once again, another box has been missed.
You see.
Change of ends. Singapore
Change side.
taking us to the second half of this deciding set, and they've got twice as many points as USA. You always want to change ends in the lead.
Ready,
And
Singapore.
if you're behind, you want it to be as close as possible. If it's 8-6, 8-7, you think, okay, it's not a mountain to climb. But here, USA, change of ends. The coaches, substitutes changing ends as well, of course. It's got away from them a little bit here. They need to turn things around really quickly. Danish Irfan doesn't want to let them do that, of course. And
Ready.
that's something that can be forgotten in the change of ends. You think, whose turn is it to serve? And it's USA's. Don't think Singapore will mind either way. They're getting points on service and on reception.
Out. Point, USA.
I'm actually quite surprised that USA have not yet opted for the timeout.
Eight.
They've had a
5.
change of ends, so they've had a mental reset. And the timeout isn't
Singapore.
an automatic booster. It's not like taking a power play or something like that. It can help, but it's not a guarantee. It doesn't
5,
give you
9.
points. They've had the change of ends. They've had a quick mental break, time to think about things.
Point. Singapore.
It just seems to be slipping away from the United States of America as Singapore have taken control here with this 5-point lead. Zahir Rahman on the net.
10-5. Point. Singapore.
Serving from Danish Irfan. It looks like Singapore are going to get through to the semi-finals,
Timeout, USA.
where they will face Japan. And here is the timeout finally taken by USA. Last throw of the dice for them.
Players, ready? In the court. USA to serve. Five, 11.
Singapore on course, leading this third set by 6 points. 11-5. USA need to pull a rabbit out of the hat.
Point, USA. Server. Ready, Singapore.
Cleverly done by Ray. Sliced over the top.
11-6. Referee out.
Called out by the line judge at the back of the court. The one there to top right of the screen. He raises his hands after that.
7-11.
USA now playing like their lives depend on it. 3 in a row.
3 in a row, and it all started with that really slow serve by Kurcha. And Kurcha overall was very good in that passage of play. You could see that he also retrieved one of those spikes by that man on screen, Zahir Rahman, who's just walked off court, asking for the magic spray. It's actually USA who needs some magic out there.
Well, they found the magic in the last 3 points since the timeout. Singapore taking another medical break, as they did towards the end of the second set when USA had won a few points in a row. Well, if Zahir Rahman is in discomfort, then they've got players on the bench.
Landed hard on his back. Seems to have just hurt his lower back a little bit.
Up he gets. Let's see what he's like at the net. His team are just 4 points away from a semi-final spot.
Okay, players ready?
I wonder if he's going to be a little bit ginger when it comes to trying to put in another roll spike like the one we just saw in slow motion.
11.
Or whether he's going to be flying through the air like a spring chicken.
Point. USA.
4 points in a row.
Ready? USA.
Char at the net this time.
9-11.
USA have twin threats. That man there, the Tegong, can come forward and act as a second striker. He's played as a striker earlier in his career.
Point. Singapore.
It's the problem when you're 6 points behind. 11-5 it was going into the timeout. Even if you win 4 in a row, as soon as Singapore get 1, then you think, okay, we're 3 points from defeat here. All it takes is one good service from Singapore or one bad service from USA. As we saw here, a great service by Danish Irfan. They're 2 points away.
Ready?
Tao standing a little far back there.
9-13. Point. Singapore.
They've got 5 match points. Singapore convincing in this third set, although there was a comeback from the United States of America post their timeout.
Match point.
Singapore
14,
all the way,
9.
1 point away from taking their spot in the semi-finals.
Point.
They are going to the
Singapore.
semi-finals.
They use the baseline.
15-9, 10-15, 15-9. Although the United States of America put in a spirited performance, you've got to say that Singapore are the deserving team as they make their way to the semi-finals of the men's Regu event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. It's Singapore 2, USA 1.
USA raised the game. Singapore at times looking a little bit lackluster. I think they might have been there for the taking. Credit to USA, but Singapore it is who make it through to the final four.
There were times when Singapore were tested, particularly in the second set. But in the third, they raised their A game to ensure that the semi-final spot is theirs. The last few days at the Patliputra Sports Complex have been exciting, enthralling and memorable. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 has truly entertained with great matchups, one after the other. It is now day 6 and the final day as the festival of Sepaktakraw ends today. It's the final day, all right, but we've got a lot more action in store for you. It's the Regu event that will be live from the Patliputra Sports Complex in Patna. We started with the Regu event yesterday and the journey continues, reaching its final crescendo. Joining me in the commentary box from Sydney, Australia is Drew Lilly. Drew, welcome. And the last few days have just flown by, haven't they?
They have. This is day 6. Here we are, women's Regu semi-finals. Doesn't get much bigger than this.
It's India versus Vietnam. Semi-final 1.
From the electrifying mixed squad games to the roaring Regu games, we have seen pure athletic carnage here at Patliputra Sports Complex, Bihar. And athletes all over the world have given us pure sporting extravaganza. Every second on this court has been nothing short of phenomenal, pure acrobatic skill and precision to the core. And now, ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome the pride, the hope, and bring it pride to the nation. Can we have Team India on the court?
India's top 5, 3 players, 2 reserves. They finished first in their group, cruised through their particular group stage, defeating Malaysia, Nepal, Poland, unbeaten, but they're going to have a real challenge now. Maipak Devi, the captain, Tepa, and then Ayekpam Paria, as well as Elangbam Paria and Monica on the bench.
With a marathon of winning streaks and a legacy in total, can we hear it for Team Vietnam?
Vietnam found themselves in the tougher of the 2 groups, Group B. France were a walkover, literally. They weren't able to field the team, which is a shame. They defeated Sri Lanka, lost to Thailand. That was in a session about 4 hours ago. So they played their perennial rivals. They've come up against them over the years many times. Who's to bet against them making it through to the final and facing them again? Me is the captain, Gok Yen will be at the net, Van An the setter, and feeder Gok Huin and Kan Lee on the bench.
I can see that they've made the change. They've got Gok Yen in the starting lineup. And the match officials are ready, ever so critical. Here they are. The chairman referee is Abdul Halim Kadir and the official referee is Surya Bahadur. The assistant referee Irfan Rahim, followed by the referee Monop Shujit. The court referee is Santos. You've got a challenge referee as well monitoring the replays. That's Mr. Moninder. And the line referees, Taos Shamiz Mohammed.
Big smile on the face of Coach Vui. She's faced Thailand so many times. This is women's Regu, so 3 aside. Vietnam have had a lot of success against Thailand in the women's quadrant, the 4-a-side event. In the 3-a-side, these two have met 3 times in World Cup finals, and it's the only time that women's Regu has been played in World Cup finals. So Thailand, you would have thought, waiting for one of these two in the final. Vietnam the favourites, even though they came second in their group. India the host nation with the crowd behind them, which makes it a very, very even contest.
Women Regu event. May be the win on my right, India team, on my left, Vietnam team, player in.
I'm particularly interested to see how Go Kien turns up in this contest. She's definitely the tallest player on the court and has used the height to good effect in previous encounters that she's been a part of, particularly in the quadrant final against Thailand, where she was the deciding factor.
She's a tall figure. She'll be looking to stretch one of her long legs, her left leg across the net to make the net a little bit higher.
Vietnam.
First point goes the way of Vietnam. It was a fault on service, and you only get one bite of the cherry when it comes to services in Sepaktakraw. Me getting her arm out of the way. Van An serving now.
Vietnam.
That setup was a little bit deep inside the court and wasn't easy for Priya to flip it over with that spike hitting the net.
Love 2.
There she is, Go Kien getting her first spike of the game.
Those Indian fans in the crowd haven't had much to cheer about. So those of you watching for the first time, then it's best of 3 sets, so first to 2 and first to 15 in each set. So Vietnam racing into a lead here. Make that 4-0. You can't afford a slow start when it's only first to 15. Beautiful slow motion replay of the service action of the Tekong.
Go Kien is just too good. On the net, she found the opportunity, hit that, and that was just inside the baseline.
India have made a bit of a lethargic start here.
And finally their first point, and you can hear the roar and cheer. India in this competition have won 4 bronze medals and 1 silver. The crowd really want a change of color, and I keep mentioning that because they've fallen at the semi-final hurdle 4 times, and that is a good service. Following up that point, Maipak Devi finding a rhythm with a good serve.
See, she'll use the sole of the shoe, so the ball toss has to be a little bit higher for her, and then she gets her foot completely the other way around and uses the sole to take pace off and put slice on. Priya not spiking very sharply at the moment. She hasn't had much to get her teeth into, and again, we don't see it, but she was a little way away from the net, but she needs a little bit more sharpness.
Also, what had happened was both the captain, Maipak Devi, and Tepa were going for the ball, so it looked like they were almost going to clash onto each other. So a bit more coordination would help.
Good set close to the net. Excellent choice. She didn't try to roll around or do a spike, she just put a leg up and slapped it down, so clever play.
That's a very good service. It made Maipak Devi stretch to her right. It was nice, flat and low.
Three, 7.
India with the chance here to save, set by the net. Again, the set wasn't the greatest. Tip up, put the ball back, not where Priya wanted it. And you'll see how far back she is there from the replay. It's an opportunity there for India. They needed to take that one.
And they're making the early substitution. The other Priya now comes onto the park. It is E Priya wearing jersey number 3. And yes, since A Priya wasn't in the best of touches to begin with, you would think that this is the right decision.
So Ayekpam Priya going off, Elangbam Priya on.
At the moment though, it's one-way traffic, and that traffic is towards Hanoi, Vietnam.
Nine.
9-3 for Vietnam.
India.
Both teams winning points in bunches, but the bunches going the way more often of Vietnam.
Nine, 4. Out. Point India.
That's the point for India.
Attempted block ends up going just out. We'll see it hit the leg, and then, oh, that was close to the line. But obviously the referee in the chair can call that one because he's the nearest.
9.
That's a very good serve. Excellent. It was slow and low. Maipak Devi, she invited the Vietnamese players to come forward, and with the outstretched leg, there was no way that they could have put it across.
9, 6. Vietnam.
Now Vietnam follows that up with another ace. In general, the quality of serving from Vietnam has been excellent so far in this game.
6.
It's Bhuti Van An, the Tekong for Vietnam.
Vietnam.
Kok Hien with a solid spike. So tall,
India,
and you can see her rolling over. She's tall enough to do roll spikes. Tends to be sunback spikes in the women's game, but roll spikes there. India taking their 1-minute timeout.
In front of the home crowd, India feeling the pressure as Vietnam have moved across to 11 points. India are 5 behind, needed that break to recalibrate, restructure, come back, rejuvenated. There's no shortage of support. Now, it's only about executing that skill, using that energy from the crowd.
11, 6. Point India.
Big service, and it ended up being unreturnable. Tip up, going wide to get it, but her attempted set for Priya landed her side of the net. India getting the point though, so it must have crept over and Vietnam must have left it. So that's a stroke of luck for them. No doubt about that point though. Kok Hien once again.
7.
Very good work on the net by Go Kien. The attempted block executed. And that point takes Vietnam within 2 points of taking the first set. Maipak Devi, the Indian captain, under pressure as she gets ready to serve this one. That's a set point. In fact, they've got 7 set points and the crowd has gone quiet. Vietnam taking control.
Set point. 14-7.
A trail of domination and quality has helped Vietnam win the first set, and you can see that in the margin. It's 15-7. The crowd may have gone silent, but it shows the quality of Vietnam. Vietnam 1, India 0. ये है ISTAF सेपकटक्राव वर्ल्ड कप 2025 का विमेन्स सेमीफाइनल मुकाबला और ये रेगू इवेंट है जहां अभी भारत ने पहला सेट वियतनाम के सामने कंसीड कर लिया। वियतनाम बहुत अच्छा खेले और एक देखकर पता चला कि वियतनाम में और मजबूती जरूर है। 15-7 के मार्जिन से वो आगे रहे और भारत ने कोशिश जरूर की, मगर वियतनाम की कोशिशें और बेहतर थी। अभी इस मैदान में सारी निगाहें भारतीय महिलाओं पर है कि यहां से कैसे वो एक कमबैक करेंगे। आसान नहीं होगा क्योंकि वियतनाम के टीम में हमें वो दमखम जरूर नजर आ रहा है। And that's the beginning of the second set.
India.
There's a change up front for India from one Priya to another, from Ayekpam to Elangbam. I don't think it was particularly Ayekpam Priya's fault. She wasn't at her sharpest. But neither were Maipak Devi or Tepap when it came to saving and setting for her at the net. And that's what's got to change as far as India are concerned. But there we go. A lovely block at the net by the Priya at the moment, Elangbam. Stretches out her leg 45 degrees, blocks her opposite number Go Kien, and that's not easy to do. It's going to give her some confidence.
Vietnam.
It's not just attacking you have to do, of course. There, Priya called upon to try to keep the ball alive, and that's what you do as a Tekong. You try to target the players who are going to be the weakest on defence.
Game. Point India.
That service floated
1-3.
in. India currently getting the luck that you need as a host nation when you're up against a team that is ranked higher than you in the world. They need everything to go their way.
Beautifully done by Maipak Devi, taking the pace of that one. For a moment, Gokien felt that she had an opportunity and then realized that it was landing way ahead of her.
You expect it to come at you with pace, and so you tend to stand, the three tend to stand in mid-court, as India are doing now. And when it comes with pace, there are times when you think, I ought to stand a little bit further back, and maybe that is what Elangbam Priya is going to do. But again, clever stuff by the Vietnamese Tekong Van An, targeting the weakest of the three defenders.
Vietnam.
Gokien gets that across as Vietnam level.
Another example of using the sole of the shoe. So no pace on the ball whatsoever. It just bounces off the sole and lobs the oncoming blocker. Difficult to set, and it ended up being a long way back. Tepa had the ball fired at her and she kept it alive very well.
4-5.
That was a good save and set. That's what you need to do. Me, the captain, keeping the ball alive and then putting it exactly where the spiker wanted it.
6-4.
Gotta like what Gokien did there. The ball came over to her and she could have just headed it over the net and tried to score the point there, but that would have been a low percentage play. So she headed it back, gave it to her teammate, who set it back up for her. Wasn't the best set, but it was still a far better option to take. Things getting away from India here. 3 or 4 points in a row for Vietnam.
India,
3 or 4 points, as you said, have gone in favor of Vietnam, but you could see that even before the previous point, and we are going to have a timeout. India have got their work cut out, because in the second set they started well, but Vietnam have surged ahead and it's 8-4 in favor of Vietnam. The first set was won by Vietnam quite convincingly, as the margin suggests, 15-7. And that's the thing. when this set started, you felt that India were gaining that confidence. But then Vietnam just managed to strike back.
Time's up. Player in. Vietnam substitution.
Vietnam have opted for the substitution. Gok Yen has headed back to the substitutes bench, and it's going to be Nguyen Thi Can Lee who will take her place.
4.
Vietnam maybe already keeping their powder dry for the final.
And they're getting closer and closer to that final because India find that net again, and somehow the wheels have come off for India. The train has left the rails.
Don't think the wheels really have been on from the start of this match. India have had a couple of good patches where they've scored 2 or 3 points in a row, but that to me epitomizes their performance. There's nothing coming off for them, no real spark, and at that point you need to go back to basics and just think, okay, save, set, spike. The setting hasn't been great, putting the ball up, desperation stuff. The save wasn't the greatest from Maipak. It's easy for us to say from up here. It's been very good serving from Van An. Perfect illustration of it. Look at that. You see the athleticism required. Has to be a good ball toss. Has to be where the Tekong wants it. That maybe wasn't where Maipak Devi wanted it. That's the problem when you change the striker at the net. We've gone from one Priya to another as far as India are concerned, and if they're the ones feeding the ball up as well, that needs to be, it's a skill that needs to be accomplished well. Coach Vui, smile on her face. She always has a smile on her face, but the smile's ever so slightly wider as we have a final substitution. On comes Monica, may only be for 2 points. She's replaced Maipak Devi and she's going to be the Tekong. Big ask for her.
Decent start for Monica. Got a good service in. And finally, the header by Priya, just finding the back.
Tough one because Khan Lee would have gotten in her way and she didn't know whether Khan Lee was going to deflect it. But you have to assume that they won't. Well, Monica would have been sent on with the brief to score 11 points in a row. She's got 2 of them. No pressure. But there is pressure.
That smile will get wider in a few seconds perhaps. Tran Thi Vui, the coach of the Vietnamese team, because they've got 8 match points. A performance that underlines quality. A comprehensive victory over the host India in front of a supportive home crowd. And Vietnam have stormed through to the final of the women's regu event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. They've beaten India 2-0 and the scoreline reads 15-7, 15-6. This has been a comprehensive performance in the semi-final, but in the final they will be possibly up against Thailand. Tran Thi Vui has guided her team to yet another final. Already in the women's quadrant they've won a gold medal. Is that going to be 2 now?
By far the better team on the day. Did all the little things right.
Who are they going to play? It's one out of Thailand or Malaysia. semi-final 2 of the women's regu event is coming up. In a performance that underlined their quality, Vietnam were just too good for India. In front of their favorite home crowd, India tried, but in the end the scoreline just indicated the gulf between the two sides. Whatever India, they tried to put it across to Vietnam, but Vietnam had an answer to everything. Gok Yen on the nets, the spearhead for their team. Those spikes and roll spikes kept coming on, and the points kept ticking on the scoreboard. As Vietnam have made their way into the final, the question is, who will be their opponent? Thailand will take on Malaysia to answer that question in the semi-final number 2 of the women's regu event.
Up next is a high-octane game, a high-octane clash as two juggernauts of Sepaktakraw go head-to-head. Fast, furious and unstoppable, the team that has been consistent throughout. Can we give it up for Team Thailand?
Consistent throughout. Yes, they've been consistent throughout the decades, throughout the centuries. You think takraw, you think Thailand. You think gold medal, you think Thailand. Are we going to see yet another Thailand versus Vietnam final? Often have that in the women's game. High quality 5 that they've got here. 3 starters being Wipada, Sirinan and Manlika. So Wipada has come back in. She is starting in the Tekong position in place of Primprapa. And then Ratsami is the replacement striker at the net who could come on for Manlika.
Coming up with pure carnage, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Malaysia.
Malaysia. That's where you get the sepak from Sepaktakraw. In Bahasa Melayu, Malaysian language, sepak means to kick. So you've got kick from Malaysia, takraw from the ball from Thailand. So it's very fitting that we have this rivalry in the semi-finals. They're being led round there energetically by Kamisa Khamis, the number 6. She's going to be the replacement spiker on the bench. Hadina Villa is also on the bench as a Tekong, so they're starting with Nur Fatia, Emilia Natasha, and then Azaira Lucian. Azaira, the captain. Emilia Natasha is going to be the Tekong, Nur Fatia at the net.
The age-old rivalry yet again in the game of Sepaktakraw, coming together in the semi-final at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup, Malaysia versus Thailand. For Malaysia, it's always a matter of pride if they get the better of Thailand. But Thailand have always been the superior side.
Malaysia's women haven't been as strong as the men. The game was developed primarily as a male sport to begin with. Women have been playing it for many years unofficially, decades, centuries unofficially, and decades now officially. But they've not had the strongest of women's teams. A few bronze medals here and there. Never really rivaled Thailand or Vietnam. But what a day it would be for them to step up. Thailand with such strength and depth. Wipada, barely seen her during the group stages. We've seen her in other forms, in other categories throughout this World Cup. We've had doubles, which is 2-a-side, quadrant, 4-a-side, the men's and the women's, mixed quadrant as well. So 7 categories in all, 7 sets of medals up for grabs. Teams allowed to enter 4 of the 6 categories, plus the mixed quadrant, other than the host nation, India, who've made the most of the fact that they could enter every event, and they've got a medal in every event. A few too many bronzes for their liking. They've currently got 1 silver and 5 bronze. They'd like to change that in the men's regu, but it's women's regu first. Wipada, the lefty, the whippy lefty service.
Manlika Bantol starts very well, and Thailand opened their account. They're on their way.
Good defence from Malaysia though. Didn't have things all their own way, Thailand. It wasn't merely a safe set spike. Nur Fatia is going to toss this one up for Emilia Natasha. Good service. Unfortunately, the better the service, the better the return you tend to get when you're firing it over into Thailand's half of the court.
A very good taped service by Wipada. She didn't play in the last league game that Thailand featured in. That was against Vietnam. Primprapa had a decent game, so it's interesting that Wipada has been brought back.
Those of you watching for the first time, A, welcome, and B, the serving here, you can see you need the foot inside the circle, and it doesn't matter if it hits the tape on the way over as long as it goes over. But if it hits the net and comes back or goes wide or long, then you don't get a second service, you lose the point. Wipada putting her right foot in the circle, needs to keep it in there until she's hit the ball with a left foot. And the ball toss needs to be good as well. Maybe the ball toss there wasn't ideal from Sirinan. It was a little bit in front of Wipada. It wasn't as high above her as she would have liked, but again, you can't abort the ball toss. Once it's tossed, then the tekong, the server, has to swing a leg and hope for the best.
You can sense the electric atmosphere here at the Patliputra Sports Complex in Patna. The crowd still around. It's the last day of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup. They want to soak in as much as they can, and good to see a celebratory buzz as well.
See the importance of every member there. The ball was fired over. Wipada, the number 12. She's here as a tekong, but you've got to defend when you're receiving the ball, and she cushioned the ball perfectly with her right thigh, and then it was flicked up by Sirinan, and Manlika put it away at the net.
A powerful service by Wipada straight towards Malaysia's designated tekong, and just gone over. She couldn't control that. It was really fired down low.
Yes, for those of you who watched the doubles two-a-side or the quadrant four-a-side earlier in this six-day World Cup, you'll have seen people serving, moving around behind the baseline and serving. And we'll have to get back to that after this timeout that's been taken by Malaysia, because they are 6 points adrift.
Following a brief discussion in the timeout, Malaysia are back, but they are 6 points behind Thailand.
For the timeout, I was talking about service, so it's a completely different art in the regu. You need a very good ball toss. And again, you can see that Wipada was stretching there. Not necessarily her fault, it was probably the ball toss. She had to move her foot, and the ball toss was in the wrong place. And you can see the wince there from Sirinan, where she didn't get things quite right. Reto Löhliger of Switzerland and his wife. His wife's going to be supporting Thailand because that's where she's from. They met at the King's Cup about 15 years ago. King's Cup is an event held every year. Very prestigious, not as prestigious as a World Cup, Reto plays for Switzerland. He's been part of the Swiss Federation, and now he's part of ISTAF, that you can see in the background on the boards there, the International Sepaktakraw Federation. And his wife is here as the team manager for Switzerland as well. Service is a different kettle of fish in this version. A, it's more difficult, and B, it can be more of a weapon, because rather than serving from behind the baseline here, we're going to see Emilia Natasha. There's going to be a substitution, and the substitution is Hadina Villa coming on, and she is replacing Emilia Natasha. So we're not going to see Emilia Natasha with her foot in the Tekong circle. We're going to see Hadina Villa, and it's tough for her to come straight in and have to serve. Is her service going to be a weapon? Oh, not bad. But you're serving from so much further in. You can see the ring there in the middle of the court. So if you can get power and precision behind it, the opposition have got half the time to react than they would have in doubles or quadrant. And we'll see that with this service from Wipada, no doubt.
Fast in between two players, almost unplayable. It was past them even before they could react.
Thank you, Wipada, for proving my point. Very kind of you. And it serves Thailand's purpose as well. They lead 12-3.
Malaysia have now opted for another substitution. The experienced Kamisa Kamis enters the arena. Out goes Nur Fatia. In action immediately.
I don't mind that. They were 13-3 down, and they generated nothing at the net. So their Tekong wasn't the greatest. Emilia Natasha, she's not on great form this precise moment, so in comes Hadina Villa. And then Nur Fatia hadn't generated much at the net. In comes Kamisa Kamis. You might as well try these things. You can make 2 substitutions per set. Well, a couple of points in a row. Blocks it with the foot, with the sole of the shoe. However, did she encroach? Was the sole of the shoe over the net?
That's exactly what Thailand are asking, and they have raised that placard challenging that.
There are various boards with challenge net that we've just seen, challenge line, if you think it hit or missed the sideline or the baseline and want it overturned. And then challenge, I'm trying to think of the other one, challenge service, of course, challenge service. Did either the ball tosser, the feeder, or the Tekong go over the line when they were tossing or serving? Video evidence, so the video officials are having a look at this. We don't have a look at it because we don't want people in the stadium looking at streams and trying to influence the officials. They need to concentrate on the job in hand, and the job in hand is having a look to see whether Kamis put the sole of her shoe over the net. You obviously have to stay in your half of the court when you're playing the ball.
And also to tell our viewers that the referees have got different camera angles also when compared to broadcast. So they've got their own camera set up which feeds it to their system, and then thereafter they can make the decision.
And how about that? It was a great challenge.
Vifara just telling her opposite number, Kamisa Kamis, that I saw that. You know what? I saw that.
So the foot did indeed go over the net. Went back soon afterwards. But Thailand get the point, and it gives them 10 set points.
As easy as they like it. Thailand have won the first set in the semi-final against Malaysia. It's 15-4, and they've got 1 foot through the door and into the final. It's a matter of now sealing the next set. It's 1, Malaysia 0. Thailand are halfway to the final. Dominated Malaysia in that first set 15-4. And the smiles show that it's been another good performance. If they win this, and they look favourites to do so, they'll be facing Vietnam, who just beat India half an hour ago.
No changes at the start of the second set. She can make another 2 substitutions if you like during the second set, but if you bring somebody on at the start of the second set, that counts as one of the substitutions. None made by Thailand thus far, and we are currently with the 2 substitutes who came on in the first set for Malaysia. Hadina Villa as the Tekong and Kamisa Kamis at the net, joining Azera Lucian. It's very interesting service motion to watch with Badaz. She's very animated afterwards, but she cocks the leg that she's going to swing. Most players wait with the one planted foot, as you'll see here, and then go for a swing, maybe moving a little bit beforehand, but she has a real step motion and then goes up. If she's bouncing up, bouncing the left leg up before she swings it to hit it. Fewer left-footed Tekongs as well, so that's always a little more difficult to follow. Thailand doing everything right there when the ball comes over the net, cushioned with the head rather than trying to do too much with it. Just send it backwards to the defender puts it back up for you exactly where you want to roll onto.
A substitution for Thailand, it's Ratsami who comes on, and Manlika Bunthod leaves
On a high.
Will be interesting to see if they get Primpra far later when Thailand may be within touching distance.
She is the replacement Tekong, so she would come on for Wipada.
Called for duty immediately. And Thailand soaring ahead to 5-0.
You have 5 players in a Regu squad. You have the main defender who tends to have all of the playing time. So that is Sirinan, the number 22 to the left of your screen there for Thailand. And then Azaira. They tend to be the captains as well because they're not going to be coming off and on. And then on the bench you have a replacement Tekong and a replacement Spiker. 9 times out of 10. Of course, if somebody's injured, then people will move around. If in particular, if the main defender, the setter and feeder, is injured, then usually the replacement Tekong will come on and play the defensive role, because Tekongs tend to be a little bit more defensive as well, rather than the flashy ones at the net. Swepsak Pansweb on the left there. Speaking of Tekongs, perhaps the greatest Tekong the game has ever seen. And he is now manager of the Thai women's team.
Throughout this match, Bifada has been clinical with her serve, and there's another example of her excellence.
Yes, aim for the tape. You're that close as well because you're halfway inside the court in the Tekong circle, so you aim for the tape, and if you hit it hard enough, it'll invariably go over. Not quite hit hard enough there by her opposite number, Hadina Villa. There you can see how the Tekong also fulfills defensive duties. So Wipada went back, and she was the one who put the ball forward for, not Manlika, because she's gone off, Ratsami, who's come on to replace her. Speaking of replacements, off goes Hadina Villa, and back on comes the original Tekong, Emilia Natasha. Trying everything at the moment, Malaysia. Timeout has been taken by Malaysia, unsurprisingly. They are 5 points from defeat.
Staring at defeat there, Malaysia. But what can you say? You're up against the best team in the world, Thailand. Thailand are leading by 9 points and 5 points away from making their way into the final of the women's Regu event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup, as Vipada gets ready to serve yet again.
You don't know where it's going to come from her. You don't know which player she's going to target, which leg she's going to target, pace or not put pace on it. That one was with the sole of the shoe, but still with pace. say Malaysia going through the motions at the moment. They realise that, I'd say, all is lost. Standing back there, and they're like rabbits in the headlights, really.
That's an exhibition of variation by Vifada. This time takes the pace off, and the Malaysian players were nowhere near that one.
Wry smiles on their faces, resigned to their fate, whereas Thailand are enjoying every second of this.
They'll enjoy that even more because they've got 13 match points.
A little bit of personal satisfaction for Kamisa Khamis, delaying the inevitable.
A synonym for domination in the Sepaktakraw dictionary. Thailand have made their way into the final of the women's regu event. The smiles show that it has been a performance of domination, and they are now ready to take on Vietnam, having bossed their way in the semi-final against Malaysia. Look at the scoreline, 15-4, 15-2. May I need to say more?
Wipada looks like she's in the playground. She's flexing, having fun. Satya, big smile. Even a smile on Swepsak Pungtweb's face. He's all business and always has been. Ahmad Ezat, on the other hand, the Malaysian coach, he's not looking too happy. We saw him a little bit earlier on one of the match points. He was grimacing, and he's got a lot of work to do with this team.
We now move to the men's regu event, and it's semi-final one. It's between Japan and Singapore.
They have. This is day 6. Here we are, women's regu semi-finals. Doesn't get much bigger than this.
if you wanted to see a textbook performance, look no further. Thailand, in that semi-final against Malaysia, showed what it takes to be great on the park in the game of Sepaktakraw. There was everything. The spikes, the roll spikes, blocks. The Tekong did a phenomenal job. And which is why they have made their way to the final, setting up a showdown against Vietnam. But now let's head over to the men's regu event because it's semi-final 1. It's going to be Japan taking on Singapore.
With the women's semi-final all wrapped up, now it's time for the men's semi-final. Which team will rise? Which will crumble under pressure? We'll find out. But for now, let the action begin. Ladies and gentlemen, straight from the land of rising sun, can we hear it for Team Japan?
Japan, winners of their group, and then defeated Chinese Taipei 2-0 in their quarter-final. Wondering which way to go, which court to go on. Nothing like being prepared. Guys, you're on the show court, you're on #1 court, you're on TV. Act like you've been there before. They were in Group A. Defeated Nepal, France, and Ichikawa, Mito and Sasamoto, their starters, Kato and Kobayashi on the bench.
Coming up with some flair acrobatic skills, ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Singapore.
Singapore, they were in Group C, defeated Brazil and Sri Lanka, as you would expect them to do. In the quarterfinals, 2-1 against USA, that was a tight one for Singapore. Winning their group and then only just squeezing past USA. They pulled away in the third set. They'll be looking to be a lot sharper this time around. Danish Irfan, the Tekong. Zahirman is at the net. Akmal Musharraf will be the setter and feeder. Khairul Shami and Yuri Adli are the ones on the bench.
There's the Japan men's team, guided by Terashima Takeshiki, the coach and a former player. The Japanese women's earlier in the tournament had already gotten a bronze medal in the doubles event. They came agonizingly close to moving into the final. The Japanese men will want to do one better.
Coach Terashima, Takeshi Terashima, he's a former player, was involved in the first ever World Cup 2011, the one that ISTAF held in Kuala Lumpur, and he's back here now, as is Chiharu Yano, the women's coach. So we have a look at the various officials there. There's 7 of them in total now that we've got a challenge referee who's going to be the one holding up the boards. You've got referees, you've got the video referees as well, included in there, as well as the 2 line judges, the one in the chair, the one on the other side of the net, the one with the administrative duties, writing down all the substitutions, making sure they don't take too many timeouts, too many substitutions. You can have 1 timeout per team per set, 2 substitutions per team per set. Best of 3 sets. First to 15 in each of them.
On my left, Singapore players in court.
Worth reminding you of doing that little bit of housekeeping and reminding you of the rules. because they do tend to change quite often in Sepaktakraw. You used to have groups of 3 in the service. So here, for example, you would be expecting Sasamoto to serve 3 in a row, but now we alternate after each point.
A very good start there by Japan.
He's tall, look at him. He gets, there's real height on his service, and he buries that one under the foot of his opposite number, Danish Irfan. Different type of service motion there.
Japan get 2 points to begin, and it's interesting that they've got Sasamoto Masaki starting, because in the couple of matches that I had seen of Japan earlier, he was on the substitute bench and then they brought him on. So he's starting here as a Tekong right away.
Singapore.
First points for Singapore. Look at that, Sasamoto. I think he was just trying to get his head out of the way.
There's a lot of him to aim at. Incredibly tall fella.
Singapore.
This again shows what Danish Irfan is capable of. Even in the quarterfinal, we saw him against the United States changing the pace, sometimes firing it in. Ichikawa getting that block in, winning that point. I can see this turning out to be a very good, even and engaging contest.
2-3.
Coach Terashima.
Point Japan.
It's great to have both Terashima Takeshi and Yano Chiharu, men's and women's coaches, former internationals, both of them here. Great that they are passing on their knowledge to younger players. There's a very good university system in Japan where a lot of Sepaktakraw is played. It's become an official university sport there. And that's why we're seeing the men in particular doing so well. The women did incredibly well in the quadrants. Under Chiharu Yano's guidance.
Point Singapore. It's over. Ready.
Men's regu is interesting. We've got 7 different categories here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Men's and women's regu, men's and women's doubles, men's, women's and mixed quadrants. India as the host nation allowed to enter every category, which is always the case at events like these and at the Asian Games, the SEA Games, the Southeast Asian Games. And then other countries were allowed to enter 2 in the men's, 2 in the women's and the mixed. So you've got a lot of teams that aren't in the regu. Most notably Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia. So Japan in particular, Singapore, India, all be incredibly keen to step up. This is a chance for them to get gold. Now, challenge has been lodged by the Singapore team. They reckon that this ball missed the line. It was called in. They reckon it missed the line. Zahirman keeping loose. Limbs like pipe cleaners as the New Zealand team gives us a wave. 20 different nations involved from such far-flung corners as New Zealand, USA and Brazil from the Americas, plenty of teams from Europe, Poland, Switzerland, Italy, France. All burgeoning Sepaktakraw nations, all invited here by the STFI that you can see top left of your screen, Sepaktakraw Federation of India, to take part in this ISTAF World Cup. The official calls the referees, the managers in, and they have to come in at exactly the same time. And the ball was in.
In, point Singapore. Ready?
There we go, Japan watched it. It was called out, but it was actually in. So that makes it all of a sudden 5-all. So that's why you have challenges. It can really turn things around. Very much a 2-point swing.
Five, 6.
Having won a point of their own service, now Japan move ahead to a 2-point lead.
Ready?
A very well executed roll spike.
7, 5. Point Singapore. It's over. Ready? Six, 7.
Singapore not going anywhere, keeping pace. They need to save set spike here and equalise. Oh, how about that? Ichikawa from halfway back. He was in the mid-court. It was nicely done originally by Zahirman, who ended up improvising and doing a sunback spike, just flicking the ball over his left shoulder with his left foot. But there, Ichikawa from mid-court got up high, took the ball at the highest point and put it away.
Sasamoto's kept it in play somehow. He's back at it.
That was always going to be a case of who would calm down and take the 3 touches. Both teams headed the ball over on the first touch, thinking, I'm just going to end the point here and now. But it wasn't the right thing to do, and in the end it was Singapore who said, right, let cooler heads prevail, and let's take time, let's set it up, and that's what Akmal Musharraf did, and then put it on a sixpence for Zahirman. Because when you do the basics right, as you saw there, the tekong saving and setting and putting it up there for the striker, then that's the way you win points. Take your 3 touches, set up, put the ball in the right place.
7.
As Terashima knows.
What a serve. Sasamoto.
Timeout, Singapore.
And there's going to be a timeout.
Players in court.
Japan leading 10-7. Singapore had to think about how they're going to bounce back here in the first set. This is the men's semi-final of the Regu event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Danish Irfan has generally been good with his serves throughout the tournament.
He's regular on serving Danish Irfan, or he has been today. The problem is he keeps putting it on the foot of his opposite number. He just puts it right down there to Sasamoto's favoured right foot. And Sasamoto saves, sets, and then puts it up forward for his striker to spike.
Ichikawa on the net this time. This has been a complete team performance by Japan so far. Each member of the unit has contributed. The Singaporean captain has just walked off the park.
Good opportunity to have a look at the shoes. You can see that they're quite flat, well, very flat on the sole. You don't want the ball bouncing off at an awkward angle. So totally flat soles. There's a bit of cushioning in there. Made of canvas and rubber soles. Tend to be made in Thailand. That's one of the homes of Sepaktakraw.
7. Wow.
That's what you do when you're close to the net. You don't think, I'm going to head it over. You go, right, take your time, set it up. It's awkward to set up when you're that close to the net, because it has to go straight up. You don't want to put it over the net, into the net, too far back. That was beautifully done by Akmal Musharraf. What a service, to get everything off it.
Masaki Sasamoto has been on point with all his services. Takeshi Tarashima also enjoyed that behind the line. 2 points away from taking the first set, Japan. Make that 1 point away. Japan now have got 6 set points against Singapore.
Game point 14-8.
Powered by brilliance, and Japan have taken the first set 15-8. Takeshi Terashima is a happy man. He knows that if Japan replicate this performance in the second set, they'll be through to the final of the men's event in the Regu. That was the winning moment.
It's probably the best point of the entire set there, going this way and that. Singapore desperately trying to keep it alive. Japanese wanting to get over the line, and they have indeed got over the line, taking the first set 15-8.
जापान ने पहला सेट अपने नाम कर लिया है सिंगापुर के सामने, और अगर आपने वो पहला सेट देखा होगा तो आपको नजर आया होगा कि जापान ने क्या बेहतरीन प्रदर्शन किया था। खास करके जो आखिरी पॉइंट था वहां पर दोनों टीमों ने इतना एक दूसरे के साथ ऐसा फाइट कर लिया, सबको पता था कि यहाँ पर ये मुकाबला कितना अहम है, जो भी जीतेंगे वो जाएंगे फाइनल में। और यहाँ सिंगापुर ने अभी शुरुआत के लिए तैयारी कर ली है और बदलाव भी कर लिया है, क्योंकि जहीर रहमान बाहर जा चुके हैं और उनके बदले आए हैं यूरी आदली फतुल्ला।
Point Singapore.
And as soon as he comes, Yuri Adli is in business with a block that helps them win the first point in the second set.
1. Point Singapore. 3 over.
So it wasn't particularly the net presence, the striking that was the difference between the teams in the first set. For me, it was the Tekongs. Danish Irfan not able to respond to the darts being sent down by Sasamoto and not really asking that many questions of his own on his own delivery.
Point Japan. Ready? 1, 2. Point Singapore.
The change in the striker has worked well for Singapore so far. It's very early in the second set, but Yuri Adli in the scheme of things, and he has already delivered 2 points for his team.
3, 1.
That's correct, right? Yuri Adli or Fatullah. Yuri Adli.
Point Japan.
Reminder that we're at the semi-final stage here, so loser gets a bronze medal. There's no third and fourth place playoff. The 2 semi-final losers get a bronze medal. It means there's a big podium with squads of 5, but the winners make it through to the final to be played later in the afternoon.
Ready? 4, 2. Point Japan.
Excellent roll spike.
Service over.
Ichikawa not deviating from the straight, just goes straight up, straight down.
3, 4. Point Singapore.
Miscues that attempted slower one. That's gone on to the net. Singapore currently leading by 2 points. Just finding their mojo just a touch. But they've got a lot more work to do to take the second set.
Well, he had to go a long way back there, Ichikawa, almost by the Tekong circle, but he took the ball high. See how high he takes the ball. That's the main thing. If you can take it high, you've still got time to direct the ball downwards.
5. Point Singapore.
Singapore giving as good as they're getting, though. And the change at the net has actually sparked them.
Ready? 6-4. Point Japan.
That attempted block just went out of play. Yuri Adli again.
It's close though, he won't be too disheartened. Got the leg out, and it just drifted long. But the effort was there. If you're doing the right thing and you're not winning every point, you don't mind as long as you still take your opportunities when they come to put away a good spike. And then if a block doesn't quite come off but it's close, you won't be too disheartened, particularly when you've got your nose in front on the scoreboard.
Seven, 5.
And they extend that lead. Japan not able to keep the ball on their side of the net. Bounced over, and Singapore doing the right things. 1, 2, 3. Save, set, spike.
5, 8.
It's going Singapore's way so far. In the second set, they just seem to have found that momentum that was much needed to help revive them and get them back in this match. And with this 4-point lead, they would now want to power ahead and take the second set, as Japan have rightfully called for the timeout. A few questions to answer for Japan in this second set, as Singapore just trying to script that resurgence in this men's semi-final. It's a Regu event game. 9-5, Singapore leading in the second set, having dropped the first one.
9-5. Point Japan. Finish over.
Always better to, feels better to win the first point after a timeout when you've taken it.
6, 9.
Often use them to reset, get back to basics. It reinforces that you've done the right thing.
That's 2 now. A very good start post the timeout.
See what's going on either side of the net.
Ready?
I do like those split screens.
7. Point Japan.
A hat-trick of points.
Ready?
Danish Irfan finding the net. It's funny a lot of times how the timeout can create an impact on the flow of play.
8, 9.
Fantastic point. That's as good as you're going to see all day. And we're going to have a challenge at the net. Well, it went over the net 7 or 8 times. I'm not sure which one they're challenging, but I think it's going to be the ultimate block by Yuri Adli. I was going to say at one point, neither team seems to want to win this. The spikes weren't quite as crisp as they needed to be, but neither team wanted to lose it, more importantly. Crucial point, if it had gone the way of Japan and they had their opportunities to put it away, 9-all, 4 points in a row. If Singapore have indeed won this one, and it was called in their favour originally, then they've stopped the rot and they've got themselves to within 5 points of taking us to a decider. Plenty of fans in here for the final day of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Bihar province in the northeast of India. So the managers have been called in. There they are. Terashima on the right, on the left Hishan bin Adam.
It's going to go Singapore's way. Could just see the Singaporean manager indicate to his team that they're fine. And the referee has also confirmed it's not over.
Not over, meaning the foot wasn't over. Well, good grief, it was nowhere near over. So that was why the review was reasonably quick. So could have been 9-all. It's actually 10-8. Huge in the context of this match. Japan get a point back straight away as they needed to, but they're still behind. They thought they were level. They need to win another one just to get level. Not that they're looking too concerned about it though. Ichikawa fired up though.
10.
He smashed that into the net, and that allows Singapore to maintain that 2-point lead as they're into double figures. 11-9 to Singapore, 4 points away from leveling terms in this semi-final.
9.
I think Ichikawa could have left that and let it go out, but it would have been a gutsy call, and he decided that he could save it, allow his captain to set it and then put it away himself. Always the wiser course of action.
10, 11.
You certainly feel foolish if you think this is going out, you leave it and it lands in. Wonderful save and set at the net by Akmal Musharraf. Kept the ball alive calmly and put it exactly where his spiker wanted it.
Ichikawa helps win that point again for Japan. But now this is very important. Japan have to convert the next one. It is of their own service. And if they level that, then it would be Singapore who's going to serve with scores level.
It's a real shame because it came right back at them, but just in the wrong position. The Tekong's momentum, Sasamoto had taken him right forward, and then he was scrambling back. He also slipped over because he threw everything into it. He touches his hand there, so he can't carry on. See the frustration on the face of coach Takeshi Terashima.
11.
We're a point away from the deciding set. Singapore have fought back very well. They now have 3 set points.
Ready? 11. Game point. 14. Point Singapore.
Into the net and even Stevens here in the semi-final between Japan and Singapore. It's 1-1 and we are now getting ready for the third set. It's Japan 1, Singapore 1. The first set went 15-8 to Japan and Singapore shot back with 15-11. Here's the scoreline for you.
Second set, Singapore win 15-11. 2 minutes rest.
This semi-final is turning out to be a very interesting one because we are going to a third set. It's 1-1, even Stevens, Japan and Singapore. They know that a place in the final is at stake, a silver medal or a gold medal. Up for grabs if they move through. Japan have already won a bronze medal and that was by their women's team in the doubles event. Sasamoto will begin the deciding set.
Lots at stake and both teams realise that. No Thailand, no Malaysia, no Indonesia in the men's regu, and you think, well, it's now or never. If we're going to win a gold, then this is the opportunity we really need to grasp the nettle. Particularly in the second set, Singapore impressed me at the net, and that's after they'd made a change. Yuri Adli coming on for Zahirman. Overall, for me, Japan have the advantage in the Tekong position with this man here, because he can do things like that, and he's also the marginally better defender. So Japan, for me, better at serving, defending. Singapore better at finishing the points off. Defence wins championships. Singapore will be hoping to prove me wrong.
How good was that? Brilliance on both sides. They didn't want to give up. And ultimately, Japan just holding on. Courtesy Ichikawa.
Defence wins championships. You can see the pair of teams out there desperate to defend, keeping the ball alive. How they got their shoes underneath the ball so many times, digging in there. As if the court seemed to get lower and lower.
There's a challenge.
Slight break in proceedings. I can't see a challenge sign.
Ichikawa has just gone off the field. He's holding on to his quad. Seems to have done something. He was limping after that spike that he put in.
Making sure his knee's in the right position. Might want to swap the knee brace, the little sleeve he's got on his right knee, stick it over on the left one. You can see that he's been sliding around. Here's the full point again. Look at that. Could have gone right on service. Another great save. Kept alive nicely. Desperation stuff. 7 in that exchange. The ball went over the net 7 times. And it was Ichikawa keeping it alive. Probably 2 or 3 times for Japan.
He's back on the park now, and Japan are ready. Ichikawa will be the feeder for his Tekong.
1.
Uriadli puts that far out. And that's why Japan's lead grows. 3 points between them and Singapore early in the third set.
Previous point before the short medical break. You think, well, both teams deserve a point out of that one. But only one team could get it. It was Japan. And it knocks the stuffing out of you when you lose a point like that. Particularly when you're behind on the scoreboard. It made it 3-1. You lose another one. And it can take the wind out of your sails. Shame that the referee's chair was in the way there. I think Uriadli would have had a go at that one.
Time out, Singapore.
Singapore have taken the time out as they are down 5-1. That was excellent.
Okay. Okay.
Singapore know that now they have to arrest the slide, because ever since the third set started, it's been Japan all the way. 5-1. There have been a few competitive rallies, one of them in particular, which ultimately went Japan's way. But now it's time for Singapore to replicate what they did in the second set.
Ready?
There's no shortage of motivation on either sides.
5.
They know how important this semi-final is.
Fine, Singapore.
Trying to make A big start there, Japan, but just finding the net.
Ready? Two, 5.
With that spike, roll spike in fact, Japan have got their 6th point. 4 points clear of Singapore.
Came out of the timeout and committed a fault on service, which can happen because you lose your rhythm a little bit. And also, you're made to think about things. You think, well, I'm about to serve, I've got a minute to think about it. Or the other way around, you're about to serve and you're not prepared because you go back, talk to your coach for a minute, come back out and go, oh blimey, I've got to serve again. And it's not just the tekong, it's the feeder as well.
Three, 6.
This has been some effort by Ichikawa. And the smile gets wider for Mr. Takeshi, just behind the advertising board. Well, if Japan get through, how big would it be for Japanese Sepaktakraw, especially for someone like Mr. Takeshi, who's been around for a long time?
It'll be as good as they've ever managed. They've not particularly stood out in the men's regu in the past.
Desperate stuff from Singapore. They did everything, but the ball was way past the baseline into the free zone. And although Danish Irfan tried his level best, he possibly had a chance in a 1 in a million. But now the teams changed sides as Japan have touched their 8th point.
8-3, you change ends in the final set just to make sure that both teams play from either end. They'd already swapped after the first set. So Japan, yes, they've not picked up a medal in men's regu in the past at a World Cup. Got the occasional bronze medal at ISTAF events. 1 that I can think of, 2 at a push, if I were to get the record books out, but not a great deal of success. Problem for them is they've always been in the top division, so they haven't been able to make hay in Division 1, for example, where 2022 USA defeated Iran in the final. Bangladesh and Germany were the semi-finalists, and then 2024 Iran getting the better of Chinese Taipei, Bangladesh again, and Nepal getting the medals. So that was Division 1, but if you're in the top division, you're playing the top teams all the time.
At the moment, it's all going Japan's way.
Challenge. That went long. So Singapore, well, it looks like Japan are challenging. Points already gone Japan's way on the scoreboard.
I think what they feel is it may have touched. I believe they are just checking, or it may have been given the other way, and they must be checking with regards to the contact with the foot. Is Ichikawa on that side, just trying to stop it with his outstretched left leg. Japan jumping around, just keeping themselves warm for the challenge that lies ahead. As things stand with the scoreboard, 6 points to book their tickets for the final. there's the Japanese women's team. We saw them in the women's quadrant as well as the women's doubles. In the women's doubles, they won the bronze medal, came incredibly close to winning the semi-final. The referee still deliberating, and at any moment they'll be inviting the team managers or coaches to approach the bench. We'd also like to thank the crowd for all their support across the last 6 days. Today has been the best day in terms of the environment. There's a lot of noise. They've got those cheering sticks as well. It's added to the atmosphere here at the Patliputra Sports Complex in Patna. People of all ages, different professions, taking interest in the game of Sepaktakraw.
Who's going to smile first? Who's going to smile more?
Well, the ball's called in. And that point will be reversed and it'll go to Singapore.
Landed on the line.
Ready? Time out!
And with that, Japan have called for the timeout just as they lost that referral.
Hands up, players in court. Ready? Four, 9.
That lead now strengthens to 6 points. That lead now strengthens to 6 points.
Ready? 10, 4. Point Singapore.
Yuri Adli gets that spike in.
It's over.
Another point for Singapore. An attempted block by the Japanese player onto the net. A bit of tension in the Singapore camp because they know that Japan are way ahead.
Well, it doesn't take a miracle, it just takes 1 point at a time. They've got 2 of 3 since the timeout. Let's take a look at the bench. Zahirman taken off during the first set, and Yuri Adli has looked far stronger than him at the net.
There's a couple of them for Singapore. It's just the way that Japan were playing. Looked like they are going to storm through.
7, 10.
Still have a good lead of 3 points.
Point Singapore.
Into the net. With the slow serve, the entire rally didn't quite have that pace. And the setup was also deep inside the court. So it was even more difficult for Japan to get that spike through.
8. Point Singapore.
Did that one clip the line?
Ready?
Yes, just on the line. 1 point adrift.
9. 10.
This point will really help Japan because for some time it looked like Singapore were picking that momentum.
Ready? Number 5. Number 5.
A change for Japan.
Wow, how about this? Changing your tech on with 4 points to go.
Hirokazu Kobayashi is now on the park.
What a call this is. In you come, get us the last 4 points, no pressure. I would say that the man he's replaced, Sasamoto, had been looking a bit tired. The problem is he's got to come in and defend. It's not just getting the ball over, he needs to defend. And I'm not sure I'm overly keen on this decision. Takeshi Terashima knows better than I do. But you can see there that the women's team aren't convinced by the decision either. Now, if we get to 14 all, then we'll go first to 17.
Danish put in everything and Japan let that go through. They get that point as the ball has gone wide.
Well left. Very well judged by Ichikawa.
10.
Okay, this is what you've been brought on for.
Japan.
Well, I'm amazed by this. Kobayashi comes on and he's serving lollipops, really. They're just lobbing over the net, and it's up to the other two to put the hard work in, and it really is Ichikawa standing up to be counted.
Singapore have opted for a challenge. They're challenging that net call, I think.
Yes, we can't see the board, but it will be challenge net. Yes, there it is. So did Ichikawa go over the net. Last throw of the dice, really, for Hisham bin Adam, the manager, and Saleh Nanang, the coach. Might as well challenge it. They got from 8-4 down to 10-9. And then all of a sudden 13-10. Takeshi Terashima in the background in the green, having made the very, very interesting call, I'm going to call it, to change Tekongs with 4 points needed. Now, the managers have been called up. Now, they have to come in at exactly the same time. All about the formality. Takeshi Terashima going, yeah, I'm fine. Yeah, see, no problem. Yes, he says, a pump of the fists. Boy, did they need that. Ichikawa doing everything. the one on the left there with the headband. Not over, but it might be over for Singapore. Worth a challenge. Worth a challenge. You're that close. Would have made it 12-11. Danish Irfan now with all the pressure on his shoulders and on his right foot. That's why you don't bring in a Tekong with 4 points to go, because his defence might not be great, and he clearly isn't the best of setters. They could make one more substitution. They could bring Sasamoto back in.
This time he tried to fire that one and got it off the tape, but that's gone out.
Women's squad living and dying with every point here. It's out and we're level. The set was half decent, but it asked a little bit too much of Ichikawa. If we get to 14 all, it's first to 17. Japan with all the time in the world, I was going to say, to save set and spike, but it goes out.
Match point. They know the importance of this, but now it's going to be it's going to be Singapore to serve. A grimace in the Singapore dugout. Smiles at the other end. Is this the final point?
I don't think they're smiling. I think they're on the edge of their seats.
A bullet train has rolled into the final. The next stop is the final for Japan. They've overcome Singapore. A stiff challenge before them. A three-setter to remember.
Probably the match of the tournament so far, or definitely in the Regu. We had some great matches in the quadrants, particularly in the men's. Japan left it all out there. They're going to be exhausted by the time the final comes round, but they're in there. They're in there with a chance. And it was that man, Ichikawa, who got them over the line.
Takeshi Terashima there, the veteran of Japanese Sepaktakraw, leading his team into the final as the coach. Japan 2, Singapore 1 in a memorable semi-final at the Regu event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. As the scoreline suggests, 15-8, 15-11 and then 15-13. They are greeted by the crowds who have stayed, as the next match is between India and Iran. It's the second semi-final for a place in the final. in what was a memorable three-setter in the semi-final. Japan overcame Singapore. To begin with, Japan were incredible, 15-8 in the first set, but then Singapore found the energy and the motivation to hit back and take things into the third set. And as things were getting tight at the end, it was Japan who held their nerve, kept their cool, and then ensured that they went into the final. There's the coach, Takeshi Terashima, a happy man, knows how important this is for Japanese Sepaktakraw. It's now India versus Iran, semi-final number 2 in the men's Regu event. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup is reaching its finale.
Battle lines are drawn, the stage is set, and this is one final ticket to the glory. Ladies and gentlemen, straight from the heart of our motherland, echoing Jai Hind, please put your hands together and welcome Team India!
I don't know if you're going to be able to hear me over this. The Indian 5. A nation expects they're through to the semi-finals. A place in the final is theirs for the taking. A gold medal is theirs for the taking. Defeated Brazil in a one-sided quarter-final earlier in the day. Prior to that, they dominated their group, cruising past the likes of New Zealand, pushed by the USA. Ramkumar Arun is going to be the Tekong, and Akash is brought in. He's going to be at the net.
Winding up with true Iranian spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team Iran!
Looking maybe a little bit overawed. Iran made short work of Nepal in their quarter-final, winning that one in straight sets. Defeated the likes of Chinese Taipei in the group. Poland, Sina Merdad and Safai Majd are their starters. Pedraman Shirali on the bench, but I can only see 4 of them. There is no Payam Shirali. I don't know where he is, so they've only got the one player on the bench. So if Merdad Jafari fails or struggles at the net, it's almost tough luck. They've not got a substitute to go up front. Various referees, half a dozen of them, plus 1, so it's a baker's half dozen there, plus the chairman of the referees, who is the man in charge of the International Sepaktakraw Federation, Abdul Halim Kader.
Did you say something when India were walking out?
Impossible to hear.
Absolutely.
And no one was listening anyway. They only had eyes for, well, Akash, Bobby Kumar, the local lads, but he's on the bench for this semi-final. Kids enjoying an afternoon off school, and they're hopeful that India are going to make it through to a final and give them another match to watch.
There's some of the dignitaries there. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 staged in Patna, Bihar. We'd like to thank the Bihar government for their support, alongside the Bihar State Sports Authority and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government. Sports Authority of India and Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sports have also helped in getting this event together. and East by Trip playing their part as well.
Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
You are watching
Bihar,
us on the
India.
Sony Sports Network
Match number
with India
32,
eyeing glory in the
second
men's regu
semi-final,
event.
Men regu event. Match between India and Iran. On my right, India. On my left, Iran. Players in the court.
मेंस रेगू का ये सेमीफाइनल अभी भारत और ईरान के बीच में खेला जाएगा। भारत ने आज ही अपना क्वार्टर फाइनल खेला था ब्राजील के विरुद्ध और आसानी से जीत हासिल कर ली थी। अभी यहाँ सेमीफाइनल में जीत हासिल करके या तो गोल्ड या सिल्वर इन्हें मिल सकता है। जापान ने अपनी जगह फाइनल में बना ली है। Not the ideal start for Iran. If you can't hear us, then just understand that it's India's point.
One love. Point India.
Straight down Broadway. Ban was a little premature, but they're only 28 points from making the final, 58 points from becoming world champions.
Point India. Ready?
Priya in the crowd, involved in the women's regu earlier in the day. Bowed out in the semi-final stages, India that time around, so getting a bronze medal. They've got a medal in every category.
Point India. Ready?
Well, India looked a little overawed in their semi-final in the women's, which is to be expected, really. And it's Iran's turn to be overawed.
Point India.
Sina Rezai, the tekong for Iran, has not landed a serve effectively yet. Started off by hitting the net. And Iran have called for an early timeout. As Iran take that early timeout, you could see on the bench their coach Payam Shirali having a word with Sina Rezai, the tekong, who has failed to find a spot as yet.
Yeah, Payam Shirali, player coach, but he's not dressed to play.
Low. Sorry.
Might be tempted to strip off the tracksuit and say, look, well, I'm already on the team sheet as the coach. Can you let me play? And I'll stick over a few services. Good defence, though. So you take a timeout, you reset.
It's over.
That'll be a bit of a relief.
One, 5.
So much better.
Iran.
Better on defence, better on serving. Presume that the player coach just called them over in that timeout and said, guys, calm down, we talked about this. You've let it all get away from you in the first 3 or 4 minutes. You've been looking around at the crowd. Just focus on the ball.
India's first point after the timeout.
Iran.
Mirdad Jafari, who loves to spin the ball before he tosses it.
Point India.
Perhaps charged it up with too many revs.
Get the banner down for a bit. The people sitting behind you can't see what's happening.
Out. Point Iran. It's over.
Almost one of those where you hide it from the line judges and just call it out yourself. No hiding that one. No hiding Akash.
It's over. Take off. 8-3.
Much more comfortable for Akash in the Regu, where it's 3 aside and he has Arun or Henry Singh as the Tekong. In the quadrants, he was often the server himself, so he'd be behind the baseline, serving from back there. He'd then race up to the net, race across to try to block. It took a lot out of him, and he ended up cutting quite a distraught figure at the end of the quadrant semi-final, where he took a yellow card for delaying the game. He was just kneeling down there in a world of his own, whereas now he's on top of the world.
Ready. 10-3.
India just a bit too strong for Iran at the moment. Arun doing great work as a Tekong.
Point Iran.
A well-earned point by Mirdad Jafari.
Cover.
Reminder that it's first to 15. Best of 3 sets. We've had 15 points already, India having won 11 of them. 4 points away from taking the first set.
That block created that opportunity, and Arun provided the assist to allow Akash to finish that off.
Iran service. Four, 12.
A good header from Ram Kumar. Having said that, Rezai getting better with his serves.
It was an incredible save by Akash. We don't see it, but he ended up almost sitting on the lap of the dignitaries. Went way, way to his right. Got the ball back right in the middle over the net.
Point, Iran. It's over. Jadi Iran. Five, 13.
That was a very good block. Merdad Jafari on the net, putting his body on the line, thwarting that roll spike by Akash.
13-6.
Iranian player coach looks on impassively. His team have come back into it a little bit. They were a long way behind early on before they took the timeout, and that's really hampering them. They're going almost point for point now, but when you've given your opponent a 6-point lead in a first to 15 contest, then you're going to be in trouble.
Set point, and India have got 7 of them. This is an opportunity for Ram Kumar.
Game point, 14-7.
My apologies, Arun, to put in a good serve. A fantastic save, set and spike helps India take that first set 15-7. The crowd roars in delight because they know that one more set victory and India are through to the finals. Here's how Akash the man got it done for India.
Ram Kumar involved with the save and the set. Did sterling work on defence, and we don't mention them anywhere near often enough, the defenders who stay back and then put the ball up right in front of the net. 15-7, India take the opener.
charged home crowd just witnessed India take the first set against Iran in the men's semi-final of the Regu event. Akash, Arun and Ram Kumar left nothing to chance and ensured that the first set came home. Now it's a matter of sealing the deal in the second set and then booking their passage through to the final.
Love all.
भारत सिर्फ एक और सेट अगर जीत गए तो फिर फाइनल में प्रवेश करेंगे और उसी की तलाश में है. A good start for India, although there was some good bit of Sepaktakraw there by Mehrdad Jafari, who saved and spiked himself.
Then Akash showed him how it was done. Safe set spike.
Out. Point India.
Iran got off to a very slow start in the first set, dropping the first 5 points, taking a timeout at 6-1 down. Can't afford to do the same thing in the second set. They're already 2-0 down.
Point Iran. Ready? 1-2. Point India.
Ram Kumar celebrating that one. Put up the save in the set and then off he goes. Out of shot, running around, fist in the air. Hemraj on the left. He's been around for decades. This could be the biggest win of his career.
That's how you do it. Arun just taking the pace off as the ball lobs past the net into Iran's court.
Point Iran. Server. 4-2. India. Server. Ready, Iran.
President of the Sepaktakraw Federation of India, he's keeping his emotions in check.
2-5.
He's the man who's organised this wonderful event, so he is strictly neutral. I'm sure part of him will be delighted at the way this semi-final's going.
India.
Iran will now opt for a substitution.
Okay, please. Wait for a minute. Wait, people.
We've only got the one player on the bench. Payam Shirali hasn't dressed.
It's
He
Pedram.
has.
No, it's Pedram Kodadale.
There we go. So last throw of the dice for them. He's going to play in the centre. And he's going to take on the take-on duties. trotting around. The Indians keeping on their toes, keeping stretched.
Okay. Okay, India to serve. Six, 2. India.
That was too good for...
Time out, Iran.
That was really good. Too good for... Let me try that again. That was really, really good for Mehrdad Jafari. And Iran have opted for a timeout.
Time's up. Players ready.
Trailing by 5 points, Iran had called for a timeout. This is the second set. And India look well on their way to take their spot in the final.
2-7. Over. 8-2.
A couple of times he's chosen that service. A couple of times in a row, Arun curling it away from Mehrdad Jafari.
Ready, Iran. Two, 9. Point, India.
Catching practice for the feeder.
That was a swing and a miss, that was. Does get something on it.
10.
Nowhere near enough. And it's nowhere near enough for Iran at the moment. 15-7 in the first set, 10-2 in the second. It's got away from them very quickly.
Point, Iran.
Finally in this second set, Mehrdad Jafari has got that point, courtesy a roll spike.
Substitution, I think. Iran bringing their original Tekong back on.
Bobby Kumar has also replaced Akash for India. And Rezai is back to resume his Tekong duties.
10.
Not the best of starts for Bobby Kumar. It was a miscue.
He's got a lot of family and friends in the crowd, and I think he was trying to give them a souvenir ball.
Ten, 4. Point, Iran.
Couple of points in succession for Iran.
5-10. India. It's over. Ready?
Arun got in the way there, ensured that the block was in place. Earlier in that rally, Bobby Kumar had gone for the spike deep inside his own
11,
court.
5.
Kept alive.
Point Iran.
The subtlety of Mehrdad Jafari ultimately
Cover.
wins in the end.
Six, 11.
Bobby Kumar with his first proper contribution in this second set. With that block, India moved to 12 points. Bihar's very own Bobby Kumar.
Ready?
One of the athletes who's been in focus here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup.
12-6. Point Iran.
Majority of the points that Iran have earned in the first and second set have come courtesy that man there, Mehrdad Jafari. Whatever
7,
possible,
12.
he's been able to convert them whenever the opportunity has presented itself.
Point India. It's over.
That one crept over the net of its own accord there. I'm sure Bobby Kumar will say it was an intentional dummy. Substitutions have taken the wind out of the sails of this match a little bit. But India were far enough ahead for it not really to matter.
7 match points for a place in the final.
Bobby.
Fantastic service as well to set them up.
7, match point 14. Point Iran.
He's determined to distribute takraws to the crowd.
Ready, India.
Might well be thinking, if I'm playing for a spot in the final here, how on earth do I prove that I'm a better prospect than
14,
Akash?
8.
That's a tough ask.
Point Iran. It's over.
Iran just keeping things quiet for now.
Timeout.
India still have got 5 match points. And now India head for a timeout. Only a point away. Only a point away from making it to the finals. India. Iran in a huddle, but 5 points. That's the difference between the two sides. Rezai is going to serve.
Out.
It was actually a very good service by Rezai. It was fast, hit right towards Arun, but hang on a moment. The coach has just asked for a challenge.
Sorry. Ball out.
I think Hemraj is being talked out of it. No, he's going to challenge it. I think India are getting nervous here. They're limping over the line. While Akash was still on, they were cruising. Something along the lines of 12-5 or 13-6. And Iran are now far closer than they ought to have been allowed to get. India need to be clinical. India are on the cusp of getting into a final, a gold medal match, the biggest ever match. And you need to go in all guns blazing. You don't want to limp over the line.
Coach Hemraj and Payam Shirali from Iran are alongside the referee. I think this is going to go Iran's way. This is just my gut feeling. The Indian crowd will have to wait.
Successful point, Iran.
India have got still got 4 match points, but they need to hurry up and take one.
Match point, 14.
That's what someone from the crowd shouted. Yahi kar do. That means do it now. And they have
India
roaring through along with the crowd. It's India. 15-7, 15-10. And they will face Japan in the final. Coach Hemraj pumps the air in delight. A performance that they will be happy with. But in the final, here's a shot for them that they can take the gold medal.
I'm not sure that Hemraj will be happy with the performance in the second half of the second set. But he knows that Akash has had a little bit of a rest and he'll be ready for the final. India versus Japan in around an hour and a half's time. India on 7, 15-10.
The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna, Bihar has seen some great performances by India. But now they will get an opportunity to go for gold. And that's what the country is telling the men. But however, up next is the final in the women's regu event between Vietnam and Thailand. That promises to be a cracker. What a performance by India against Iran. This means that the Indian men will have a shot at the gold for the first time in the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. They've collected a few bronze medals, but here's an opportunity to go for the top spot. The crowd was celebrating every point, but they have reserved their energies for the big game. As the crowd waits, they'll get a bit of a breather in terms of putting in the big cheers for the Indian team, because we've got another match coming up. And it's this one. It's the final of the women's Regu event between Vietnam and Thailand at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna, Bihar. Drew Lilly joins me in the commentary box. Drew, this is the kind of a contest that's worthy of a final between Vietnam and Thailand. Remember, in the quads, Vietnam had beaten Thailand.
That's right, and it's been the final of the women's Regu every time that it's been held at a World Cup, and every time Thailand has got the better of Vietnam. Vietnam will be looking to change things around. Officials making their way round.
Ladies and gentlemen, the moment is finally here. It's the big grand finale of Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. After days of hustle, two teams have come up and they are going to prove their mettle out on the court. Put your hands together and welcome the team, the sport that runs out on their blood. Welcome Team Vietnam!
The pyros go off, but the fireworks will be on the court, because Vietnam versus Thailand always promises to be a great contest. They were aggressive in the women's quads event. Will that aggression come to the fore again here in the Regu event final?
These two met in the group stages. Thailand winning in straight sets. Semi-finals after that, though, Vietnam got the better of India quite comfortably. Mi is the captain. Gok Yen is going to be the striker at the net, and Van An, the Tekong. Nok Huin and Khan Lee on the bench.
They are here and they're all set to conquer the sport that runs in their veins. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Team Thailand!
The sport surely runs in their blood. It's a tradition in Thailand, and they are here to reaffirm their excellence in Sepaktakraw.
Comfortable win for them in the semi-finals. As we mentioned, they won their group, including defeating Vietnam. And then in the semis, they cruised past Malaysia. Absolutely merciless. Could pick any one of the five, any three of the five to go out there, almost in any role. But it's going to be Wipada, the Tekong, Sirinan, the captain, who's going to be the setter and feeder, and Manlika at the net. Prim Prapa on the bench as the Tekong, Ransami as the spare striker.
We've got all the referees assembling. Actually, there's also a challenger referee in Moninder who's back on the desk. The line referees are Ruby Singh Panwar and Preeti Arora. Court referee Kapil. Ankit Kumar is the assistant referee alongside the referee D. Balamurugan. The official referee is Surya Bahadur Limbu and the chairman referee Abdul Halim Kader. This is Vietnam's journey to the final. Beat Sri Lanka in their opening encounter 2-0. Then they got a walkover against France. Thailand, that's the game that they dropped, and this is a rematch of that. But against India, they had no problems. A determined look from Thailand. They got a walkover against France, and against Sri Lanka they got a victory 2-0. Vietnam, they had beaten them before, and against Malaysia in the semi-final convincing. So they have not dropped a set on their way to the final. Hello again. I think that's what they must be telling each other out there.
I don't think there'll be any pleasantries exchanged between them. Polite smiles, gritted teeth and determination. For me, Thailand have the edge in terms of the Tekong. Whip it up, just getting a slap on the back there from Ratsame. And then arguably at the net, you'd go for Gok Yen. So better serving versus maybe ever so slightly better spiking and blocking at the net. So for me, it's how the opposite numbers do. How Manlika does at the net against Gok Yen and how Van An does in her Tekong duties compared with Wipada.
Welcome to the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 Bihar, India. Raghu women's final match between Thailand versus Vietnam. On my right,
Pranti Bui, the Vietnamese coach. I will always remember the celebration she had after they had won the gold medal in the women's squads. That really meant a lot to Vietnam.
Ready? Legend.
You could feel the tension in that game. There were those undercurrents and the dynamics on show with Vietnam just trying to be a little bit in your face with Thailand in front of them.
Vietnam have traditionally had the better of the quadrant. Women's quadrant's only been played the last few years. They've met in 4 finals and won 3 of them. Tends to be Thailand who win the Regu though.
It was Sirinan and Manlika combining to win that first point, and Thailand are away.
One low.
Headed across the line, using her height to her advantage, Gok Yen. On the left, in fact on the right is Seksan, the captain of the Thailand men's and the mixed quadrant team.
All right, point Thailand.
Excellent play by Sirinan, going all the way back. That was the defensive work to put up the ball exactly where Manlika wanted it.
2-1.
A very good service by Bifada. This is what we are going to see from her. When she gets her A game out, it's not easy for the opposition to return her serves. The saves get even more difficult.
1-3.
Fantastic get by Wipada. It's a very difficult service for her to pick up. Well, the nets are manufactured in Thailand, and I think they decided to favour their home team there. That was incredibly close.
You don't see that often. Wipada faulting on her own serve, hitting the net. Very consistent otherwise.
That's been called as having touched the ground first. Referee in the chair right there. He was the nearest one to it.
The variation in pace was what did Serena in there. Got her to come forward. Yes, it's hit the ground before it's gone onto her foot.
Awkward there for Gok Yen in that she set up for herself, didn't set it very high, and just swung around and tried to tap it over. And that meant that Manlika had an easy job to block it.
3-5.
What a block by Gok Yen this time. This is a matchup that's really one that you can look forward to. Manlika on the Thai side and Gok Yen on the Vietnamese side.
5-4.
Fantastic attempt at a save by me, the captain, but it was a wonderful service. Thailand getting a couple of early points, and since then it's been one for you, one for me, and Thailand will be quite happy with that. Another very good save again by Wipada. Just put the foot out there, bounced off it, and seemed to spring up. Couple of faults on service. Maybe that's the result of playing in a final. Van An gives it right back to her. Satya, the coach, up on her feet, still giving out instructions even after a fault on service.
8-5.
Her opposite number sitting impassively. She usually has a big smile on her face, and less so at this precise moment. She knows what's at stake. Gok Yen steps up, and they needed that.
All these trophies are for Ego only.
6-8.
Oh, so the Ego is just for the trophies only for them. No medals there.
Point Thailand.
Manlika cruising across the net there. Everyone fulfilling their roles for Thailand. The Tekong saving, the setter setting, and the striker at the net spiking.
9-6. Point Vietnam.
It's 3 of 8 have found the net. Unusual for Vipada. Prim Prapa on the bench. She'll be itching to get into the action. I very much doubt whether she'll see the action. And it's not as if Vipada is letting the side down. It's her defensive work that means that Thailand currently find themselves 2 points to the good.
There's just a bit of a hold up. Wonder what that's about. Tranti Bui just shouting some instructions to her team.
Not sure what's happening at the moment.
Surely you can't just take tips from your respective coaches, right?
The coaches are allowed to talk to the players as long as it's not during a point, but obviously the coaches are discussing something with the referee.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Ready? Players ready?
Back underway.
7-9.
Important that they get a good service here, Vietnam. 2 points down.
That's into the crowd.
Point Vietnam.
That's more like it, Bifada. There have been 3 serves where she's faulted, but this time right on the money.
Strange there, they got a very good service in previous time that it was their turn, Vietnam, and then Van An went for a very, very neutral one. And she's handed the initiative straight back to Thailand. They got it to within 1 point. It's now a 3-point gap.
Brilliantly done. Into the left corner. Away from the Vietnamese players. Vietnam head into a timeout.
ตอนนี้ตะก้อเนี่ยนะเขาเสิร์ฟมาอยู่แค่ตรงนี้นะแล้วก็มาหยอดตรงที่มดมาแล้วก็มีช่องขวามีแค่นั้นเองมีช่องซ้ายช่องขวาแล้วก็หยอดตรงนี้เพราะนั้นวางแผนการรับมวบระวังช่องขวาน้อยเก็บช่องซ้ายแต่ถ้าเกิดตะก้อช่องซ้ายมาตรงแปรเราเอาแล้วลูกหยอดเนี่ยไม่ต้องพะวงไม่ได้สั้นอะไรขนาดนั้นเรายืนสบายๆดูวิธีตะก้อแล้วสร้างจังหวะในการรับเข้าใจไหมคะโค้ชเตะหัวนี้เห็นไหมพอเตะหัวนี้มันง่ายเลยเห็นไหมเพราะเขาเป็นคนบล็อกขวาเห็นไหมเขาบล็อกขาขวาตรงนี้ถ้าเรามาเชื่อมมาเตะหัวนะคนเราเตะซ้ายโอกาสที่จะเตะบล็อกมันน้อยเพราะนั้นตะก้อถ้าเราอยู่ตรงนี้เขามารอคุมบล็อกตรงนี้น้อยจ่ายออกหัวเสาซ้ายไปเลยเขาวิ่งไปเตะเขาถอยหลังบล็อกไม่ทันอยู่แล้วนะโอเค
Thailand only 3 points away from winning the first set in this final against Vietnam. It's been a performance where they've shown their quality, and which is why they're in the lead.
Tell you one thing, both India and Iran men's teams will be hoping that this goes 3 sets. India played in the second men's semi-final, not India and Iran, sorry, India and Japan. Japan are India's foes in the final. Japan taken to 3 sets in their semi, pushed all the way by Singapore, so they'll be pretty tired. India were out here just 15 minutes ago, so both of those teams will be hoping that this goes the distance, give them an extra half an hour's rest.
Out. Point Thailand.
Set point for Thailand as that point goes long.
Set point 14-9. Out. Point Vietnam.
Four faults on 12 services there.
Set point 10-14.
But it's not really hindered Thailand too much. Another set point for them.
It's taking a bit longer than expected, and right now the scoreline reading 14-11. At 14-11 in numerous matches. I'll come back to that, with Thailand picking a timeout. Thailand are on the baseline, ready to claim the first set. Just waiting for Vietnam, and they approach the court as well.
Time over, players in. Set point 14-11. Point Thailand.
The left-footed wonder ensures that Thailand take the first set in the final against Vietnam. It's 15-11. Thailand seem to have set that highway towards that gold medal already.
I'll be delighted that they got this. She hasn't served to the best of her capabilities, Vibhada, and Thailand failed to take their first 3 set points, but they get the fourth. 15-11 in the first set, halfway there.
Thailand took the first set, and now the final of the women's Regu event is possibly heading towards its final phase. Thailand will surely want that to wrap it up in the next set, but they are up against Vietnam, the same Vietnam who beat them in the women's quadrant event final. But it's not going to be easy, of course. The pressure is on Vietnam. The Regu format is different, its challenges are different, and Thailand head into the second set confident, 1-0 up, eager to finish the job and ensure that the gold medal is in their hands.
Thailand to serve. Now all. Point Thailand.
In spite of all the commitment from Vietnam there, it is Vifada's service that ultimately triumphs and gets that point, and a good start for Thailand in the second set.
Now one.
Thailand managed to win the first set with Vifada only serving at a 70% clip. She really hits the straps, then this second set could be one-way traffic.
Now. Point Thailand.
Hitting that one against the net post.
Gokien hasn't been her match so far. She had a good semi-final against India. But just the performance that Thailand have put in, it's almost as if we haven't seen Gokien at all in this match.
No, she's been kept very quiet at the net. I think the main thing is when Vipada serves well, it's very difficult for Vietnam to save, set and spike. And a number of Vietnam's points have been on faults. This one was faultless though. And that's the problem when you're not really contributing at the net there. Gokien thinks I'll get a free point here by getting out of the way, and that landed clearly in. So she's out of sorts, as is Van An.
As Thailand have taken a 6-0 lead, rightfully it's time for a timeout for Vietnam. Vietnam got that break in play in, but they've got a tall order before them as they face Thailand, who seem to be rolling towards another gold medal here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 in Patna.
6 now.
The timeout hasn't made a difference yet. A powerful serve by Vifada, who's just raised the game in this second set with her service. She faltered a few times in the first set, but so far in the second set, she's got it right.
That's what they needed. A point, B, a hard-fought rally, and C, a spike for their striker at the net. She finally gets one. It was wonderful work to keep it alive earlier by the captain, Me. And at one point, Me was given the third touch, and she sent it very deep, way to the back of the court. Cleverly done, just to buy some time.
We were praising her for her clinical service, but she's just hit the net. That's the first time in this second set. Vietnam off the mark with those 2 points. One to begin with before, and then followed by this fault by Vifada. A very good block, and Gok Yen will certainly feel a lot better having got that spike in earlier, followed by this block. So that's 2 points earned by her in this second set.
Excellent judgment by Me. She was backing off, and it's difficult to get your whereabouts there. Well done. 4 points in a row.
4-7.
Deft touch by Gok Yen. Vui, the coach, she's got her trademark smile back. And there, look at that. Right in the middle of the sole of the shoe. Needed to be very high because she's very tall.
You could just see that Vietnam are moving a lot better now across the court.
Well, you win 5 points in a row, you lose the next one and you're still 3 points adrift. That's the problem when you've made such a slow start. Giving yourself the proverbial sporting cliche of a mountain to climb. They got about 2/3 of the way up there and then slipped back down a little bit. Thailand over halfway towards clinching the second set.
5-8.
A good service. Sirinan couldn't quite control that one, and Manlika found it difficult to set it up. Wayward and long. The difference is now only a solitary point, but it's going to be Vietnam's serve, and they've got to ensure that they put in a very good one, get things level here.
Time out to Thailand.
And Thailand are heading into another timeout. Vietnam have done well after the timeout that they had taken early in the second set.
Time's up.
At the time they hadn't opened their account, but since then just managed to get closer to Thailand. Only a solitary point separates them.
7-8. Fine, Thailand.
Manlika's spike ensures that Thailand get that 2-point lead. Vietnam have had to work hard during the previous phase of play.
9-7. Point Vietnam.
A bit of back and forth during the last few points. A team gets it, then the other one gets it. Vietnam are yet to erase that deficit.
8-9.
Getting closer and closer, but Thailand are getting closer and closer to the end goal. Right, 9-all.
There's that trademark smile from the Vietnamese coach.
Should be pleased that a Tekong put in an unreturnable service. Haven't seen many of those from Van An. She hasn't been poor. She's been a heck of a lot better in the second set as well. But meanwhile, 4 faults on her service in the first set. That's 3 in the second. Vietnam got their noses in front. You wouldn't have thought that at 6-1 down.
It was nearly unimaginable, just the way Thailand were playing. But since that timeout that Vietnam had gone in for, they've come out rejuvenated. Just as you were talking about the Tekong of Vietnam, she had just delivered a very good service on the previous occasion, but this time hitting the net, and it's 10-all.
It's very close. It wasn't a poor service by any stretch of the imagination. It's the right idea, almost the right execution. But unfortunately, when it's 10-all and you're 5 points from defeat against Thailand, you can't afford that. Mi has got fantastic judgment because again she went back, very similar circumstances to one that she left, and it just went outside the line, and that one she could tell that it was just going to land on the line, so she kept it alive, set it for Gok Yen. Gok Yen gives them back the lead.
This match has come alive, and Gok Yen surely has come alive as well. Just as we said that, a deflection off her back.
Well, again, there's nothing wrong with that. She can't come out with miracle plays on absolutely every point. She got it back in the way, and it was a good spike by Manlika.
Vifada seems actually relieved after getting that serve across the line, and the way she got it through.
Well, she was lucky. She hit it long and it brushed Mi on the way over. Huge service here. Three points in a row for Thailand.
All 3 players involved in that one. It was Vifada to begin with the save, and Sirianan ran back to set it up, and Manlika just putting the icing on the cake.
13-11.
Just off screen there, Sirianan, I think, kicked that one up against the advertising hoarding, almost like a pool shot. Gok Yen keeping Vietnam alive. Oh, she got a foot there first. She did very well.
Join 30.
Opportunism, wonderful opportunism. Opportunism by Manlika, but there's a challenge. Did she put her foot over the net? Well, Vui has challenged, and if it comes off, it's 13 all. If it doesn't, and the point stands, it's championship points for Thailand.
Well, the challenge board went up right away, just like a student who knows the answer in the class. And both the coaches have been called instantly to the referee's desk. And then, as they approach, they've been made to wait. This is a big referral.
Well, they have to approach at exactly the same time. So they've already decided, so it's going to go the way of Thailand if they've decided it that quickly. Vui squinting to try and see what she's having explained to her, but it's not going to come up in her favour, I don't think. The board is going to say not over. The point stands. Manlika's foot was not over the net.
Which means it's 2 championship points for Thailand.
Game point 14, time.
When you think of gold, say Thailand. There's another one in their kit bag. Vifada is all smiles. It is only appropriate that she delivered the finishing touches with that trademark serve of hers. The others rush out to the middle to celebrate. It's Thailand who are the champions of the women's Regu event here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025.
Thailand men's goal 2-0. Players.
Vietnam pushed them all the way. They gave themselves the proverbial mountain to climb in the second set, and they got there. They got up that mountain. They got their noses in front from being 6-1 down. They were 11-10 up, and then Thailand just turned on the style, clinical nature, not dropping any points. There's the decider. Vipada. She was quite loose in the semi-finals, all relaxed, but a few nerves here, and you can see what it means to her that she gets the winner. After not her best serving display, but she was great on defence, and she's carried this team over the line to a gold medal here at the ISTAF 2025 Sepaktakraw World Cup.
And nice touch by the Thailand team as well as they acknowledge the crowd. The crowd roared back in appreciation. Thailand win the final 2-0, 15-11, 15-12. The ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 has witnessed yet another quality performance. But there's one more big game. This is the final of the men's event. Hosts India will face Japan. a capacity crowd at the Patliputra indoor complex was treated to a classical Thai performance. Thailand did not let Vietnam back into the game, although there was a fight back in the second set. And they ensured that with that 2-set victory, they've got the gold medal with them and they'll take it back on their flight back to Bangkok. Vifada, one of the architects of this victory, with her serves. And that was the winning moment. A nice low service. Vietnam unable to return that. Celebrations for Thailand. And they've celebrated quite a lot here at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Everyone assembled here, majority of them Indians, are hoping to see similar celebrations from the men. India are going to be facing Japan in the men's Regu event final. This is where the crowd wanted to see an Indian team as a contender for the gold medal. With me in the commentary box is Drew Lilly. Drew, India finally in the finals, the men's category that is, and it will surely give the crowd a lot of hope.
Hope and expectation, they're the favourites here. They were the favourites coming into this men's Regu. There are 20 nations involved in the World Cup here, and India, as the host nation, allowed to enter every category, whereas the other countries were allowed to enter 2 men's and 2 women's category plus the mixed quadrant. And it ended up that India were the foremost team in the men's Regu. That's the way the cookie crumbled. So India, it's theirs to lose.
You have seen them challenge gravity. You have seen their relentless spirit. You have seen sheer dedication from them. Days of hustle and hard work, and out of 19 nations only emerged 2. 2 nations, 1 fight for glory. Who will take this cup home? We will find out. And now, ladies and gentlemen, from the heart and soul, from our motherland, let us put a big round of applause and welcome Team India!
Iron crowning glory, the 5 men that matter. If they get that gold medal, they'll be the men of the hour here at the Patliputra Indoor Sports Complex.
They played in the second semi-final, so they've had a little less rest than their opponents. Akash, though, at the net, he was taken off towards the end of that semi-final against Iran, so he'll be nicely rested.
Like a haiku, sharp with precision. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Team Japan!
The men who present the challenge before India, and they seem to be up for it. Look at the way they've just entered. A bit like Iron Man, maybe?
Japan playing in the earlier semi-final, so they've had perhaps an hour's more rest. However, they were pushed. They were pushed all the way to 3 sets by Singapore. Mito, Kobayashi and Ishikawa. Ishikawa, what a performance he put in the semi-final. Kobayashi starting as the Tekong. Kato and Sasamoto. Sasamoto, the other Tekong, he's on the bench.
For the all-important final, we've got all the world-class referees lined up, ready to officiate and to ensure that everything goes smooth and good. a little bit surprised that they have actually opted for keeping Sasamoto on the bench, but this is how Japan made their way to the final. Only dropped one set, which was in the semi-final against Singapore an hour or two ago, and that was where they were really tested and taken into the third set. Eventually, they emerged victorious, but otherwise the performance is quite convincing against Nepal, France and Chinese Taipei. India haven't dropped a set as yet in the men's regu event. Started off with a 2-0 victory over New Zealand, followed that up with another against USA. The quarter-final against Brazil wasn't difficult at all, and then against Iran, they put in another comprehensive performance.
They were pushed very hard by USA. USA could have taken a set off them. Coulda, woulda, shoulda. I think they've got a few regrets there. USA, they got really close. Almost took it to a decider. USA being one of the standout teams. Didn't expect them to perform that well, but they did very well. Also in their quarter-final as well against Singapore, so full credit to them. Huge opportunity for these two teams. They don't expect to be in the final of a World Cup, but that's the way the cookies crumbled, in the way teams entered certain categories and not others. So if Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia aren't around, then it's your opportunity. Seize the day. No better time to do it than on home soil here in Patna for India. Japan, it would be huge for them. Japan never got a medal in any category of men's regu, either Premier or First Division, when we occasionally have two different divisions. India have got bronze medals before, 2017 in Hyderabad and 2022 in Daejeon, South Korea. So it's going to be a best ever performance for both of them. But neither team's going to come away and go, well, we got silver, that's our best ever performance. It's gold or nothing at this precise moment. It'll be interesting to see how both teams cope with the crowd.
Akash gets India going with that trademark roll spike. Drew and I are struggling to hear each other here.
Confidence, what you need on the first point. A save, a set, a spike, everyone fulfilling their roles.
What a service! It was flat and low towards the right corner. Japan let it go. It was very well placed, just inside the line. There you go. It's only going to get louder and louder and louder if India continue to showcase their dominance as they have done so far.
Three points in a row for India. I'd like to continue on this roll.
A bit of a speed bump for India as that hits the net.
Toss wasn't the best from Akash. It was slightly behind Arun, a bit too far behind Arun.
I was just about to say that I was surprised that they changed their tekong, but full credit to Kobayashi getting that taped serve in.
well worked. The ball came back across the net slightly earlier than would have been expected, but Ram Kumar saved it and set it. He picked it up, took the 2 touches and then placed it exactly where Akash wanted it. Points coming in bunches. 3 for India, 2 for Japan, another 2 for India. Great defense by the opposing Tekong. Kobayashi getting his foot out there because it was a very good service by Arun. Tekongs are attacking. We're going to see Kobayashi with an attacking service here, but they have to defend first and foremost.
Does that well.
With the sole of the shoe, it was tossed in front of him. Took a lot of pace off it.
5-4.
Japan are now level with India. 5-all.
Well, this is why Kobayashi is in the game as the Tekong, because he's saving the services that are coming from his opposite number.
Whoa! Japan are in front.
Everything going right for Japan. Even there, when all they could do was head it. And Akash says, one of you needed to go back there. And Ram Kumar says, well, Arun, that should have been you.
As that serve hits the net, the crowd goes quiet. Japan go 2 points ahead. It's 7-5.
Akash wants to adjust his knee support. I'm sure if there'd been 7-5 up or 8-4 or 9-3, then he wouldn't have needed to do that. Clever little piece of time buying. And it works. Well done, Akash. You've stopped the rot, stemmed the flow.
Wanted to get that slower one in, miscued it onto the net. Japan with that 2-point lead again.
See what he was trying to do. Sole of the foot, high in the air. High risk, high reward. Out. Yes. Kobayashi was celebrating that, but it was out. It went long. He slipped as well in his delivery. Being challenged by Japan, but this one certainly isn't going to come off, I don't think. The coach, Terashima, he wouldn't have had, there he is in the background in the green, he wouldn't have had the camera angle that we've got, and he would have seen his charges, celebrating that as if it was in. He's down at ground level, so he's going to be disappointed because he's going to come round and see it at camera level and go, ah, that missed by a foot. What? In? Well, let's have a look at this one again. No wonder they celebrated. They're the ones nearer than us.
That's called in. What a moment. Because what that does, yes, it's just inside. What a moment now. 3 points. Japan are 3 points ahead.
Takeshi Terashima has decades of experience as a player, now as a coach, and he picked that one well, earning his corner as a coach. It was 5-3 to India, and now they are 10-6 down, and they've been forced to take a timeout.
Lots to ponder about for India. They were 5-3 up, and then Japan, what a performance by them, 10-6. Here's what Japan are up against. The huge crowd and a team in form.
7 points out of the last 8. It's a gold medal winning run, that is. India's turn to try and get 7 points out of 8.
There's one of them that they needed. While the crowd celebrate, Akash just asking his teammates to remain calm. That's fine. We've got our work cut out. Let's just focus on the next passage of play.
7-10.
Arun follows that up with a good service. Post the timeout, it's been better from India.
Kobayashi to serve now. He has his feet very close together. He has both of them in the Tekong circle, and it means that he has to sort of throw himself forward afterwards, and he tends to almost lose his balance. Can be caught out on his defensive duties, and there he didn't quite get into position quickly enough, ended up sending the ball back over the net and gave India the chance to take their 3 touches, save, set, spike. Saw it in the semi-final when Japan ended up struggling a bit, and coach has decided to take a timeout.
Hands up, players in court. Ready?
10-9, finally poised.
10.
Japan forced to take their timeout after they'd shipped a couple of points. That's been called in Japan's favour. Sharp spike by Ishikawa. And the referee said that it was controlled by an arm.
Ready?
Crept over the net. Very well placed by Akash. Low. Didn't give the block a chance to bounce back over the wrong side as far as he's concerned. Perfectly placed spike.
Ichikawa around the net has been very consistent right through this Regu event. And you can just feel the silence here at the Patliputra indoor complex. The expressions, oh, they say it all. Wow! Ichikawa showing the fire and the commitment to take Japan 3 points forward.
Now there's been a challenge on service by Team India, and I'm a little bit surprised they haven't done it earlier. As mentioned previously, the Tekong Kobayashi has both of his feet in the Tekong circle. He doesn't have to. He only has to have 1 foot in the Tekong circle, and then the one that he strikes the ball with, that can be anywhere else to begin with. He has the 2 of them together, and he then has to arc his leg quite aggressively and powerfully, and it means he slips out of the circle when he's serving. So clearly he's keeping a foot in there. Hemraj made the challenge, but it hasn't come off. So the service proves to be legal. See that Arun has the foot that he's going to swing outside the circle.
That goes into the net and set points, 4 of them for Japan. Oh, who would have thought when this match started and India was strong. There's the fire, there's the aggression from Japan. Coach Hemraj, a worried man.
Japan trying a 2-man block there. We'll see 2 of them going up. Huge pressure on Arun now.
And he soaks it in brilliantly. With that deft touch, gets it over the line. And Japan aren't able to reach out to that one.
Japan are challenging this. And this one, to use my favourite phrase, really is more in hope than expectation. You never know. Arun might have touched the line on serving. I think this one's going to be decided very, very quickly.
That's a fault. And the first set has gone to Japan in the din of silence at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium. This was unexpected surely, but Japan have put in an exhibition of how to soak in pressure on the big day, even when the crowd is with the opposition. Japan have won the first set, 15-11.
Terashima-san, take a bow. 2 challenges by the coach. Both of them successful. 2 points in his favour, 2 points against India. Amazing. Japan take the opener 15-11.
India enter the court 1-0 down. Moving into this final, everyone thought that India were the favourites, but Japan have just won the first set 15-11 and showed that this match is alive, that they too are contenders for the gold medal. If India are eyeing that gold medal, then they have to compete and fight hard against this team. Drew, how much pressure will India be facing right now, psychologically, considering the crowd behind them?
I think you know the answer to that one.
That will help. Akash blocks that one.
It's that man there, the coach, Takashi Terashima. It was 15-11. So his 2 challenges, without his 2 challenges, it was 13-all. That man there in the green has given his team the first set.
This is why Kobayashi was brought in. In the semi-final, he came in late against Singapore. Didn't quite serve very well. But here in the final, he's shown glimpses of brilliance. And that was another serve that he will really cherish.
1-all.
Into the net, into the net. The Japanese fists pump the air.
India need to keep cool heads here, which is easier said than done. There's a packed crowd here in the Patliputra Sports Complex. India favourites to win this. They need to keep doing that. Ichikawa making sure that Akash really had to earn that. Akash blocked it, but it bounced off his body and went under the net. And off his arm.
3-2.
Very intelligent by Akash. He saw that the Japanese ball was already in the air and then just tipped it over them.
Teams winning points at the moment when receiving service. Can Arun change that?
Henry Singh, number 10. Let's see what he's got as the Tekong.
Here we go. A change for India. Let's see how this comes off.
Starts off with a long one. Never easy when you're just coming off the bench and serving immediately.
In a final at home.
4-3.
That's the problem with his service motion. If the ball toss isn't absolutely perfect for him, he almost gets his legs twisted up. Ichikawa gets his spike through the wall. I did wonder if and when we would see Henry Singh. He's got a very nice service motion, fluid, got pace on his service.
5-4.
Excellent by Ichikawa. He was the one who took the ball when it came over the net, cushioned it backwards with the header, enabled his captain Mito to set it back up for him right there. Look how close that is to the net. Look at the height. Perfect set.
4-6.
Whoa. Japan, 3 points clear now.
Well, this certainly wasn't in the script. Well, if the script had been written, that would have been in it. That needed to come in at that precise moment. We needed that particular plot twist.
Ready? 5-7.
Japanese players called that one out even before the touch judges did.
They've gone for the challenge again. I'm actually just trying to make sense of the substitution made there by India. Brought in Henry Singh. Yes, he's got a good serve action, but as we discussed earlier, in the final, on the big day, team facing the pressure, one set down, the odds are definitely stacked against him.
Well, he's every bit as good as Arun. The only problem is there's only room for one Tekong. You can only play one Tekong at a time. You can't have two people serving. So you've got 1A and 1B. And if 1A hasn't got you the first set, then try 1B. Having a good look at this one. It's not clear cut. Coaches are poised, ready to be brought in, or rather the team managers, but Terashima Takeshi is coach and team manager. This was Hemraj who had challenged. I think Hemraj is being told, no, it's where it bounced the first time, not the second time. India all nervous energy.
Ball out, point Japan.
Japan get the point.
Ready? 8-5.
Difficult to see with Ichikawa's hand there, but it was out. 8-5.
Kobayashi now returns the favor.
Coach Terashima not going to challenge that one. Now back comes the original, the OG Tekong, Arun. Maybe it was just to give him a little bit of a rest, freshen him up. Back into the firing line. So 2 substitutions made in this set. That's all they can make this set. They can make 2 substitutions in the third set if it goes that far. And Akash certainly would like that to be the case. Back level and listen to the crowd. Great work by Ramkumar, the captain. Getting out, setting the last couple of points. Set up the spikes very nicely.
That hit Mito Iki quite hard, and which is why they've called for the doctor. The doctor's got to now make his way through the crowd. He says he's fine and ready to move ahead.
Ready?
Eight all. 7 points from a decider or 7 points from a gold medal. Japan, India, you choose.
Japan.
Yota Ichikawa has probably just told Drew that Japan. That's what I choose.
Ready?
Japan are now opting for the substitution. Kobayashi will head out and Sasamoto will come back in. The man who served as their Tekong throughout most of the semi-final against Singapore, which went into 3 sets.
Interesting. Very good Tekong, and it's clever. It gives India something else to try to cope with in terms of the services coming over. They've coped well with the first one. Don't know as I like bringing a Tekong in and having them serve the first point. It was easier when you used to serve in bunches of 3. You would bring your Tekong in to defend for 3 of them and then serve for 3 afterwards.
9.
Japan.
Wow. Ichikawa just showing his range on the net yet again. This time, just putting it behind the wall. It was to their right.
9. Sorry, 10. 9.
Kiego Kato in the substitute bench, celebrating that one. Onto the net, 10-all again.
Ready?
Cramped for room there. Ball toss wasn't the best. Ichikawa now having to toss the ball for a different tekong, so you have to bear that in mind as well. Akash goes, right, quiet everybody, I need to concentrate.
Oh wow, all in one action. Blocked it and then headed it as all the Japanese players were near the net.
It's only the second time we've seen Akash's celebration where he wheels away, runs around the baseline to celebrate. It's what he used to do as a teenager.
The manner in which that point was earned has suddenly injected more energy into the crowd. That will help even further as Akash goes on that celebratory run yet again. And now India are 2 points clear.
Japan.
It's only appropriate for Japan to take a timeout as India find momentum. Perhaps this is the time where India have felt most confident in this final against Japan. They let it slip away in the first set. Japan were leading in the second set, but India have managed to work their way back into the lead. 2 points clear, 3 points away from leveling things and winning the second set. आप जहां से भी देख रहे हैं, भारत को ये सेट जीतना बहुत ही आवश्यक है. ये फाइनल है जापान के विरुद्ध. अगर यहाँ सेट जीतेंगे तो तीसरे सेट में हम चले जाएंगे. आकाश तैयार है, अरुण उनके साथ तैयार है और शुरुआत फिर से होगी टाइम आउट के बाद. A good taped service to start. The save wasn't all that clean, and while it was set up, it was still away from the net. The crowd will be counting it down. 2 points remaining.
Fantastic service.
10, 14.
Ichikawa did everything right there. And the original block was given the ball back earlier than expected. Didn't panic, nodded it back to his captain Mito, and then split the wall with his own spike. Akash takes a deep breath.
11.
Akash, the man. The point has gone to India. They've got 3 set points. Can they level it right now?
Japan saying that Akash had handled that and they are going to challenge. You're allowed a set number of challenges per set. It's going to be 11-14, so the Japanese coach Takeshi Terashima might as well try challenge here, and I say might as well because I think he's clutching at straws. Having said that, he's the one whose timely challenges helped to win the first set for Japan. High drama here in the final. Gives everyone a little bit of a break. It gives India the chance to compose themselves. It's either going to be 14-11 or 13-12. Either way, they're in the box seat. They're having a good look at this one. It is a final after all. Surely the alchemist Terashima hasn't turned base metal into gold once again.
A thumbs up from Coach Hemraj, which is why the crowd cheers. Yes, it's 3 set points. Takeshi Terashima still trying to present his case.
Well, I don't know what they reviewed is the thing as Akash goes. Yeah, nice try, guys. To bit of a flex at his opponents. Yes, that was what was being reviewed.
We are going into the 3rd set for the gold medal. India have leveled it. The first set went to Japan 15-level. Identical scores in the second. This time India 15-11. You don't go anywhere because the hunt for the gold medal is on. It's Japan versus India.
Fantastic service to finish it off. Just misses the line there. It was such a good service and it was so close. Great judgment by the Indians.
This is why you've got to come back and watch this match. Japan won, India won. ISTAF सेपकटक्रॉ वर्ल्ड कप 2025 का ये आखिरी सेट है, क्योंकि ये मेंस रेगू इवेंट का फाइनल चल रहा है भारत और जापान के बीच।
Japan to serve. India.
Samrat Chaudhary, the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, in attendance as India and Japan level things 1-1. The third set starts with another Akash-style trademark.
That's what India wanted. It's what both teams wanted. They wanted to get the first point and then wanted to get it with an exclamation point, and that's what Akash put on that. Now, it's the final set. It's still first to 15. If it's 14 all, still go to 17. The only difference is we will change ends when the leading team gets to 8.
Arun puts that one out. And just to put things into perspective, Japan had played a 3-setter in their semi-final against Singapore as well. Although, in comparison, India's match was after that.
1-all.
Japan get that point as the rare occasion where Akash fails to clear the net unfolds. I think he's worn the helmet if the ball flies towards him. There's another point, Ichikawa. Just turning the volume button down here at the Patliputra Sports Complex.
Ichikawa could win this for Japan. Akash could win this for India. The Tekongs could be decisive either way. Both of them have been substituted on and off.
The Takashi Terashima has gone for the challenge. He feels that's in. In fact, Sasamoto immediately indicated to him that he thought it was in.
Let's see how long this one takes, how categoric this one is. Both Takeshi Terashima and Hemraj are poised and ready. They're being called in. Here it comes. Who's going to be happy? Who's going to pump the fist? It's not Terashima. Thank you. So, not happy with that one.
Point India.
Just out by the finest of margins. So close. I think in other sports that would have been called in.
And Arun delivers the perfect serve as India level terms at 3-3.
Ready? 3-all.
Just to update you all, actually India is ahead at 4-3 with that point.
Ready, India.
Our scoreboard will be updated soon. There we go, we've got it right now.
4-3.
Ichikawa decides to update the scoreboard. Smacking that one to the back of the head of Ramkumar. 4-all. Nail-biting times. Akash off on a run. Whichever way this goes, it will have been a fantastic final and a fantastic final. The last match of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw 2025 World Cup.
5-4.
Ichikawa keeps chipping away whenever he gets the opportunity. It's 5-all.
Akash on one side, Ichikawa on the other. Neither Taekong is dominating, so it's giving the opposition the opportunity to save set and spike. Both teams had a chance to win that. Both teams got nervous, thinking we've stolen a chance from the opposition. We can't afford to let this opportunity pass.
Arun uses his hands just to gesture towards Akash, like, take it easy, come on, take it easy. That's what they've got to tell themselves. Wow, Ichikawa, wow!
You get the feeling that every time a service from India is saved, that it's going to be perfectly set by Mito and it's going to be put away by Ichikawa. 7-5 Japan, 1 point away from leading us into the change of ends. See Ichikawa looking around going, where is it? Can I get a foot out to this? Who's going to take us to this change of ends?
That went like a tracer bullet. Hit hard and into the corner.
Inside.
And as Japan reach 8 points, we have a changeover. Just as a reminder, since it's the third set, teams change ends whenever one of them gets to 8 points.
Ready, Japan.
Japan with a slight cushion. 7 points from gold. India not going away. 8 points from gold themselves. Which Taekong can step up, target maybe another defender.
7, 8.
Second half of this deciding set is going to take a long while. There are going to be breaks, timeouts, challenges.
A critical block, and Akash goes and runs. It's a bit of a half slew like Cristiano Ronaldo, as India level terms at 8-all. They're now in the lead. Kobayashi putting it beyond the line.
The problem with the service, you see he slips again. It's all part of his serving motion, but it's not the smoothest, almost repeatable of skills. Ichikawa gets yet another point at the net. The thing is now, India have their noses in front. Before it was Japan taking the lead, India trying to get level. Now it's the other way round. Going to be more lead changes before someone reaches 15, I can tell you that.
Not if they're going to serve like that. He's just getting too much onto them.
Japan keeping pace, but they really are being made to earn these points. India have been handed a couple. Japan having to fight tooth and nail. So close there. You can see the frustration on Akash's face. The width of the tape.
Big moment. It's a huge moment as Akash fails in the pursuit of getting that point and hits the net.
It's the thing, India hadn't been made to work for their points. They'd been gifted a couple, and you almost lose the habit of winning a point, whereas Japan have been battling for theirs.
Now they've earned it. Thanks to a fantastic service by Arun. Level terms again at 11 all.
So, the coach in green, the man in Midori, he's decided to challenge once again. Arun's service looks pretty good. Everyone's being called in. Wow, is this going the way of Japan?
Yes, I can see.
Has Terashima-san worked the oracle again?
Okay, yeah, just tell me cue.
If this goes the way of Japan, that's 3 out of 5 successful challenges.
There in the center is Shreyasi Singh, the Arjuna Award winner, Olympian, and gold medalist at the 2018 Commonwealth Games in double trap shooting. It's good to see various sports personalities come here and grace the occasion. She's also a member of the Legislative Assembly here in Bihar.
Hemraj is saying, well, you can't legislate for this. They're taking their time here. Is it 11-all? If this is overturned, India will lead 12-10. Rest of the Japanese players looking pretty happy with themselves at the moment.
The deliberations are still going on as the teams keep themselves warm, moving around the court.
Takeshi Terashima seems reasonably confident. What are we going to do here? Replay the point? You can't do that, it's one way or the other. It's either a fault or it wasn't. Both sides absolutely convinced about what they've seen. Anyone out there who can lip read?
Not me for sure, but this has taken quite a long time. Hemraj on one side. In the center is the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Samrat Chaudhary, the visual that we before this one. Well, it looks like an in-house debate over there. Samrat Chaudhary, the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, in the center.
Looks like
the occasion.
Looks like he's doing his work while he's there as well. He's got some official papers with him. I don't blame him because this delay has gone on for quite some time. More referees coming over.
We've also got the acting president of ISTAF on the right, alongside the chief of the Bihar State Sports Authority. This seems like a proper parliamentary debate going on.
Well, this is almost fitting in that the tension, you could cut the tension with a knife here. Japan take the opener 15-11, in India 15-11 in the second, and then in the third it's 11-all, and we can't work out which way it's going to go, one way or the other. It's the 7th and final category at the ISTAF 2025 Sepaktakraw World Cup. We've had men's, women's and mixed quadrant, men's and women's doubles, women's regu, just the men's regu to decide, and at the moment it's a first to 4 point shootout. You can see the scoreboard there, 11-all, first to 15. India looking for their first gold medal. They already have a silver from the women's doubles. We have a decision. No fault on service. The point goes the way of India. What a huge decision that is. Well, it needed to be categoric to overturn what was originally given as the decision.
And that just seems to have knocked Japan out a little bit. This time, that service was really wavered. Inching closer now, India. 2 points away from winning the gold medal.
The decisions haven't got his way, Takeshi Terashima, but he's there just trying to get his players to focus. Going to keep encouraging them right to the very end. That's what a good coach does. Timeout call by Japan.
Well, this is going to be the final phase of the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. The audience continues to soak in the celebratory buzz.
Hands up. Players in court.
Yes, this is the moment that matters. India 2 points away, Japan 2 points behind India. Somehow, will they be able to claw back, level things and take us to a thriller and maybe down to the wire?
13.
Championship point. Akash has set it up as the celebrations begin in the stands, but they've got to wait. There's still one more point remaining.
Immense pressure on the shoulders of Arun here.
Yeah, just deflects off Akash and goes out. India still have 2 championship points. If they get there, this place is going to erupt in joy.
I said immense pressure on Arun. Imagine the pressure right now on the Japanese Tekong, who has to keep his team in the tournament.
Oh, wow! Ichikawa just didn't give up over there, and the fists pumped in the air by Takeshi.
Kept alive brilliantly. India are going to challenge this, and they're going to say that there was, I think they're going to say that there were 4 touches. Because there were 4 touches, I think. It could have been 4 touches from Japan. It could be Ichikawa going over the net. Imagine if this is the way the tournament is decided. Because the point's gone to Japan. If it's overruled, India have 15. India have the win. India have the gold medal. I think the challenge is going to be overruled. All 6 players out there need to compose themselves. Looks like we're going to play on.
Japan still alive, 1 point behind India. And imagine, yeah, there's the point.
No, 3 touches. Seem to bounce one way and the other. So, 3rd and final match point. The pressure continues to ramp up. Reminder, if we get to 14 all, it's first to 17. We start almost all over again.
Jai Ho! India are the champions in the men's Regu event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup. I've got to wait. Is there a challenge?
The points being given the way of Japan, and Hemraj is challenging. It's difficult to see which side of the net it ended up at. Everyone was celebrating. Japan got the ball over, and it's whether the ball went out. The final spike by Ichikawa. I did say that the second half of this deciding set was going to take a while. I said there would be timeouts. I said there would be substitutions. We haven't had any of those, but we've had more than enough challenges.
Yes, many challenges. Which is what? It's been a challenging final for both teams.
Again, if this challenge goes the way of India, then it seals their gold medal. In come the team managers. Back they go. It's 14 all.
Oh my, we are going to a 17-pointer.
Setting up to 17.
Now the first to 17 wins.
It was a block by Akash that went out. That's what it was. It was difficult to see which side of the net it was. Okay, best of 5. First to 17.
They've got the 15th, but they've got to get 2 more. Applauded by all the dignitaries.
The advantage here for India is that teams have been scoring points on the opposition service in this match. Neither Tekong is truly dominant. India are going to have 3 chances to receive a service and score points to save set spike. They've already done that once. All they need to do is sneak a tape service.
Japan have put that wide, and it's going to be championship point yet again. 2 of them. Bobby Kumar gets the crowd going.
Ichikawa, who misses by a thousandth of an inch there. It could have hit the line. It could have hit Akash on the way past. It didn't. Two gold medal points for India. 3, in fact, because if it gets to 16 all, it's going to be a deciding point. What's happening now? Lots of gesticulation, a fair bit of paperwork, as if we didn't need extra drama. Maybe it'll turn out we've been playing with the wrong ball and we have to start again. At some point, we're going to have a championship point. Both coaches now impassive. Okay, here it comes. The first of 3 championship points for India in this bonus that we've had at the end of the final set. They had match points earlier. They've got 3 more of them now.
Wait, hang on. Is it? We'll just wait for confirmation. In the race for the gold medal, India have inched ahead of Japan. They take the third set, 17-14, in what has been a game fitting for the occasion, fitting for the final. India are the champions in the men's regu event at the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. Take a bow. This medal will be cherished, celebrated and remembered. It's come on home soil, in front of a supportive crowd. Japan were magnificent. You've got to give them credit for the way they took the first set, and then in the second set, India clawed their way back. In the presence of the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, India have clinched the gold medal in the men's regu event. There it is, and a celebratory round, 2-1. They lost the first set, 15-11. 15-11, the second one they won, 17-14. A moment to celebrate as history has been made here at the Patliputra Indoor Stadium. India have won the gold medal in front of a great crowd here. And this is a moment to remember, a moment that they will all cherish. Let's head down to Pramita. She's got someone to have a chat with.
हमारे साथ जुड़ चुके हैं बिहार के डेप्यूटी चीफ मिनिस्टर श्री सम्राट चौधरी। सर नमस्ते, कैसे हैं? पहली बार बताइए, भारत ने जीत हासिल कर लिया है बिहार के मैदान पर, इस स्टेडियम पे कैसा फील कर रहे हैं आप?
देखिए, ये बिहार और भारत के लिए गौरव का क्षण है। इस प्रदेश में 2 वर्ल्ड कप हुए, दोनों भारत ने जीता। इसके लिए मैं पूरी भारत के टीम को बधाई देता हूँ। और इस तरह का खेल जो हम समझते भी नहीं थे, स्पेक्ट्रम का जो पूरा एक खेल है, ये नया है, अनोखा है। पूरे बिहार के लोगों ने आनंद लिया और पूरे भारत ने जीता। ये हमारे लिए गौरव का क्षण है। पहले भी हॉकी का टूर्नामेंट हुआ था तो बिहार की धरती पर वर्ल्ड कप जीतने का काम हमारी बहनों ने किया था। आज हमारे भाइयों ने वर्ल्ड कप जीतकर भारत को गौरवशाली इतिहास की ओर ले जाने का काम किया है।
सर हम ये जानना चाहेंगे कि ये बिहार के आपके संस्कृति और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर पे ये क्या इम्पैक्ट डालेगा, आपका ये जो स्पोर्ट है?
ये स्वाभाविक है, लगातार ये पूरी तरह खेल भावना को बढ़ाने का काम बिहार में आदरणीय मुख्यमंत्री नीतीश कुमार जी करें और नरेंद्र मोदी जी के नेतृत्व में पूरे भारत में खेल को बढ़ाने का काम लगातार सरकार कर रही है। और बिहार में भी आप देख रहे होंगे, अभी लगातार 4 से 5 बड़े प्रतियोगिता होने वाले हैं, वर्ल्ड कप के मैच होने वाले हैं। इसलिए मैं पूरी टीम को बधाई देता हूं, जीतने वाले भी टीम को बधाई देता हूं और हारने वाले भी टीम को बधाई देता हूं।
और सर इतने सारे नेशंस आ चुके हैं, मतलब 19 नेशंस ने इस प्रतियोगिता में प्रैक्टिस किया। कैसा लगता है इंडिया विजेता रहा और क्या तैयारी वैयारी रही होगी, कैसा आपको लगता है?
ये स्वाभाविक है, लगातार भारत में खेलो इंडिया के तहत भारत में लगातार सभी खेलों में हम आगे बढ़ते जा रहे हैं। क्रिकेट के साथ साथ जितने भी खेल हैं सब भारत के लोग परिश्रम करके हमारे खिलाड़ी भारत का नाम ऊंचा करने का काम कर रहे हैं।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आपने आपका बहुमूल्य समय दिया, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। ऑल राइट, विद दैट थ्रोइंग इट बैक टू द कॉम्स।
It was really great to hear from the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Samrat Chaudhary. He witnessed India win the gold medal in the men's regu event. This has been a historic day for Indian sport. They are winning the gold medal in Sepaktakraw. Such a memorable moment for all the people who have assembled watching India win. It will inspire the next generations to take up the sport of Sepaktakraw.
They've won the blue ribbon event as well. The men's regu doesn't get any better than that. It's the most traditional form of the sport, and India are now world champions. What a day for the fans here in Patna.
Well, we've got someone downstairs. Let's see who Pramita is with.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have someone with us who is the pride of the soil and represented India in the highest level. Arjuna Awardee winner, Olympian, 2018 Commonwealth gold medalist in double trap shooting. We have Shreyasi Singh. Ma'am, it's such an honor and pleasure to have you with us over here. You have been an athlete and you have made our country so proud. Please talk to us about this sport that you saw and tell us about this.
Well, quite frankly speaking, this is my first time watching Sepaktakraw, and I think the sport in itself is so thrilling. It's such a beautiful sport, and I really wish that this becomes a part of the Olympic event as well. I congratulate both the teams, India and Japan. Of course, India for winning the gold medal and Japan for winning the silver medal. It was a beautiful competition that you put out, and as an athlete, I think I felt the chills when I was watching, and you know how we were going neck to neck for every point, and that always excites. And I think sport is one thing that binds two nations together.
Ma'am, it's such an honor to have you here, but one thing I would like to ask you, you've been an athlete, and the audience here in Bihar and Patna, how do you feel about the audience? And they have the craze about you as well.
Well, I think I'm very proud as a Bihari. On Bihar soil, we are doing such great work for sports. अगर नौकरी लाओ, मेडल लाओ, नौकरी पाओ की बात करें, खेलो इंडिया की बात करें, हमारे जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है वो डेवलप हो रहा है. हमने एशियन विमेंस चैंपियनशिप होस्ट किया, वो भी भारतीय दल ने जीता. हमने यहाँ पे सेपैक टैक्रो का वर्ल्ड कप होस्ट किया, वो भी इंडिया ने जीता. And I think Bihar is like the lucky charm for India now. And I really hope and I look forward that in the coming future we will have more and more international tournaments happening in Bihar.
Ma'am, you are an exemplary example of this, and thank you so much. It's been an honor to speak to you. Thank you so much.
Great to hear from Shreyasi Singh, a medal winner at the Commonwealth Games in shooting. She knows what it takes to win medals at the highest level. And today, India have won a gold medal in Sepaktakraw. Here's what they have achieved this year.
5 bronze, a silver and a gold. Amazing haul for India, 7 categories, and they got a medal in each and every one of them. 5 bronzes, and then the silver quite early on in the women's doubles, and we're all thinking, are they going to crown it off with gold? It would have been so disappointing not to get a gold medal there, but they did right at the end. What a final it was. Went this way and that. Japan not giving an inch. India, the pressure, the weight of expectation, the home crowd, the controversy, it had everything. High drama, but it's been an absolutely fantastic tournament on home soil for India. 7 categories, 7 medals.
Yes, a very successful ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. One of the standout things about this tournament has been the crowd, the way they have turned up here at the Patliputra Sports Complex and supported the home team. We've also been lucky to have so many dignitaries also in attendance. The support of the Bihar government has been absolutely critical, alongside the Bihar State Sports Authority and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government. There's also support from the Sports Authority of India and the Ministry of Youth Affairs and Sport. And on the big day, day 6, India just, I know I use this phrase a lot, but just adding the icing to the cake. One that they had actually made quite well, with success in other categories as well. But for the kids, young kids and the youngsters who have come here today and watched their country lift the title, it's going to be inspiring moving ahead. And we hope that this is the start of many things for Indian Sepaktakraw. We're also waiting for the medal ceremony, where India are going to be taking their medal soon, alongside the others, Japan with the silver medal, Singapore and Iran with the bronze. This was the winning moment, some of them in that final, a thrilling final, a final fitting for the occasion though.
Fantastic. It had a bit of everything, it really did. went this way and that. Japan getting off to a lead, incredibly strong early on, 15-11 in the first set, and that meant that the crowd was a little bit quiet. What a performance from their man at the net, Ichikawa, the number 12. Almost carried the team on his back, certainly did in the first set, 15-11. We had substitutions on both sides. Henry Singh came on as the take-on for Arun, and then Arun came back later. And then it went to that incredible 14-all in the final set. And India ran away with it when the pressure was at its highest, 14-all. First to 17, winner takes all, then 3 points in a row for India. You can't argue with that. Worthy champions.
We'll also see the champions of the women's Regu event come up to collect their medals during this medal ceremony. The first 2 days of the tournament featured the doubles across the the quads across the men's and women. Then we had, let's head down to the medal ceremony.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the medal ceremony of Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025 here at Patliputra Sports Complex, Patna, Bihar. We're first going up for the bronze medal in the Regu women category. And for that, can we have Team India?
There come the Indian women. A memorable performance that saw them go into the semi-final only to fall short against Vietnam.
And to present the medal and the basket, may I invite B. Rajender, Additional Chief Secretary, Department of Sports.
Tough for them in the semi-finals. It was always going to be a big ask. They won their group, but then came up against Vietnam in the semis. Vietnam, one of the best teams in women's Sepaktakraw, particularly in the Regu, in the longer formats of the game when it's 3 or 4 aside. Put up a valiant fight, and there's absolutely no shame to be losing to Vietnam in a semi.
The 5 of them were very good. The 2 Priyas alongside Maipak Devi, Monica and Tepa. This will give them the confidence moving ahead, and the next time they turn up at a World Cup, they will be eyeing higher honours.
So India's women got bronze in the quadrant, silver in the doubles. They were part of the mixed quadrant team as well that got bronze, and another bronze here.
And now going up to the bronze medal category, can we have Team Malaysia?
2 bronze medals in all of the categories. That's the way we do it. So the other defeated semi-finalists, Malaysia.
Wasn't easy for Malaysia because they were up against an inspiring Thailand team, and Thailand were anyway going to be favourites. But Malaysia can be proud of their efforts because this is a well-earned medal in the women's Regu event.
Yes, they got 3 bronzes overall in the men's doubles, and then the women's quadrant and the women's Regu. So when it's 3 aside, 4 aside, Malaysia very strong.
And to present the medal and the basket, may I please invite Mr. Surinder Mehta, Sports Minister.
They'll now be getting their well-deserved bronze medals. one of the veterans, Kamisa Kamis, was used as a substitute, but she's been around long enough and she will know the importance and value of this. When compared to the men, Malaysian women have only been playing the sport fairly recently, and achievements like this are going to help them in the long run.
Yes, and the more medals you get, the more likely you are to get government funding. It makes the sport more popular. It's a very popular sport, a televised sport for the men in Malaysia. It'd be wonderful for the women to have a Sepaktakraw league as well. Made various changes in the semi-final, bringing on the likes of Hadi Nabila, Kamisa Kamis, whom we've already mentioned. So they tried everything. They really gave it their best shots, didn't leave anything in the tank, but came up short against Thailand.
Thank you so much, sir, for your presence. And now we'll be going up to the silver medal category. And with that, can we invite Team Vietnam?
The only team that Vietnam lost to throughout this event was Thailand. Led by the coach, the ever-smiling Tran Thi Vui. They can be proud of their efforts here. The 5-member team, they were gritty, never gave up, tried to fight till the end.
And to present the medal and basket, may I please invite Ms.
Shreyasi Singh, MLA and Arjuna awardee.
A few years ago, Shreyasi Singh was receiving a medal, and she'll just know how good this is as she is now presenting medals to the winners here.
Fantastic to have a Commonwealth Games medalist presenting medals here, and the crowd certainly appreciated seeing her. Gok Yen, tall figure, leans forward. She did everything she could to get her team over the line in the final. Standout performer in various versions of the sport. Captain as well, Me. Very strong, saving and setting. They always run Thailand close. They always seem to get to the final. They always run them close. Defeated them in the quadrant, so when it's 4 aside with 1 extra player, that seems to suit Vietnam. They like to use more than the court. They like to go wide, get the spikes in from wide. Didn't quite work in the Regu, but still a silver medal for them.
And now we're proceeding on to the gold medal category, and for that, can we invite Team Thailand?
A team that we've all enjoyed watching. They're a class apart. As we see them come up, they are led by their captain, Sirinan. They've also got one of their all-time greats, Supsak Phunsuev, who's the team manager, standing right there behind.
Yes, he's used to being on the top step of a podium.
To present the medal and basket, may I please invite Mr. Samrat Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Minister, Bihar. He'll be escorted by DG Ravindran Shankaran, DG cum CEO, Bihar State Sports Authority.
The Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, Mr. Samrat Chaudhary, now comes up to present the gold medal to Thailand, the true winners of the women's Regu event. Completely dominant right through. There was never any doubt in their quality.
Forward comes Vipada, the Tekong. Didn't play in all the group games, but came in for the semi and the final. She was the one pulling all the funny faces. She didn't have her best performance from the Tekong circle, only serving at about a 70% clip, but her defense was absolutely astounding. Sirinan, captain, her defensive work as well. Manlika at the net. Primprapa, who was used in some of the group games as a Tekong. Such strength in depth, Thailand. And as if they didn't need extra help, Swebsak Pansweb there, giving them all of his experience and knowledge.
आप सभी से अनुरोध है कि थाईलैंड के राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं. Ladies and gentlemen, if able, please rise up for the national anthem of Thailand. Thank you, everyone.
Always great to listen to your national anthem, particularly after winning an international title. Thailand have done that time and again, and so has their team manager, Supsak Phunsuev.
And do you know what the name of the Thai national anthem is? It is the Thai national anthem. It's simply called the Thai national anthem. You'd have thought that the Sepaktakraw family, the Takraw family in Thailand, would have thought up a name for it now because it gets played so often. They're always on the top step of the podium.
And now to present the winner's trophy, may I please invite Mr. Samrat Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. And it goes to Team Thailand.
A wonderful trophy as Supsak Phunsuev takes that alongside his team. He's had a lot of practice lifting trophies.
You don't tend to get trophies, you tend to get medals. And this is an absolutely fantastic innovation. He's not someone who likes to be in the spotlight, which, considering he's the best player, maybe the best player that there's ever been, and you look at Vipada behind him, acting the clown. She's got enough charisma for two, that one.
Congratulations to all the winners in the women's Regu event. And soon we'll see the men also being honored for their achievements here in the Regu event, the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup 2025. The great thing is that no one has left the stadium. They're all here because they want to see India lift that trophy and get that gold medal as well. It's only a few moments away. There's the mascot of the tournament. He's had a great time going around, interacting with the crowd.
And now for the Regu men's category, starting off with the bronze medal. Can we hear it for Team Iran?
Payam Sherali leads Iran onto the podium. He was listed as a player, but also acted as their team manager cum coach. a complete 6-member unit, including Mr. Shirali. Mehrdad Jafari was actually quite a standout performer for them.
And to present the medal and mascot, may I please invite Mr. Mahendra Kumar, Director, Sports Department.
Excellent performance by Iran in 2022. They were runners-up in Division 1, so there was a lower category of men's regu. They lost to USA in the final. And then in 2024 in Kuala Lumpur, they won that Division 1 category, defeating Chinese Taipei in the final. And then here they are in the top division, finishing equal third, defeated semi-finalists. It's a real step up for them. Congratulations to them. Great to see the women's team here as well, giving a very good account of themselves.
Yes, they won a bronze medal as well in the women's doubles. So something to celebrate when they head home.
And now, for the bronze medal category, may I please invite Team Singapore.
Singapore go away with the bronze, but in that semi-final against Japan, that 3-setter, they bounced back, really fought hard.
May I please invite Mr. Sanjay Mayank.
Singapore bronze medalists in 2011 in Kuala Lumpur, 2017 in Hyderabad in the men's regu. Often been there or thereabouts, and here they are again on the podium. They will feel disappointed that they couldn't just squeeze past Japan, but an excellent performance for them. It's a sport that is played widely in what is a very small country. It's a very good club system, university system. It gets government funding, and this will be grist to the mill for them in getting even more support for the sport.
Danish Irfan, he was very good as a Tekong. Zaid Rahman, Yuri Adli, some of the other good performers in that team.
I'd like to thank Mr. Sanjay Mayuk for his presence, and now we'll be proceeding on to the silver medal. And for that, may I like to invite Team Japan.
Takeshi Terashima will be a proud man. His team have really fought hard here in the ISTAF Sepaktakraw World Cup, and they have earned a silver medal in a thriller of a final. They were there for the challenge and gave India, the hosts, a lot of nervous moments.
And to present the medal and mascot, may I please invite Shri Surender Mehta, Sports Minister, Bihar.
First time that Japan have got a medal in men's regu. Their women have slightly outdone them at ISTAF level, but this was a fantastic performance by them. Almost one of those where you think, well, good grief, you get into a final, it's 14-all in the deciding set. If this were the Olympic high jump, then they'd say, okay, let's share the gold medal. Unfortunately, we can't do that here.
Yota Ichikawa was the standout performer for them as the striker. He was very good on the net and nearly won that final for them.
Great coach as well, Takeshi Terashima. His challenges helped them win the first set. They won it 15-11. 2 challenges. Usually challenges are overruled. He got 2 overturns. He earned his team a 4-point swing. Be disappointed he couldn't quite do that in the third set.
And now for the gold medal category. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome Team India!
You'll hear the loudest cheer and the words Chak De India, which has become the unofficial sports anthem of India. Akash leading the team to the medal podium. This is a historic moment and an occasion for Indian Sepaktakraw. Rise up to the podium, you deserve it.
And to give the medal and mascot, may I please invite Shri Samrat Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Minister, Bihar.
The Deputy Chief Minister will now present the gold medals to India. And just like everyone in the stadium, it is also a moment that he will remember. The Indian team honored for their good performance, in fact, a champion performance.
Bronze in 2017, bronze in 2022. They were the favourites here, but the weight of expectation on them at home. They could have crumbled in the final, they could have crumbled in the final set, they could have crumbled in the deciding part of that set when it got to 14-all. And it was a best-of-5 shootout, first to 17, and they didn't. They won 3 points in a row. A real exclamation point to a gold medal winning campaign. That's when the pressure really tells. 14-all. You maybe end up facing a deciding point at 16-all, but no, they went 15, 16, 17 and grabbed that gold medal with both hands.
And may I please invite Shri Samrat Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Minister, Bihar, to present the winning trophy to Team India. आप सभी को अनुरोध है भारत के राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े हो जाएं. Ladies and gentlemen, if able, please rise up for the national anthem of India.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
It is wonderful to hear the sound of Jana Gana Mana here at the Patliputra Sports Complex. It's what the audience wanted to hear. Having earned the gold medal, the Indian men have given them the opportunity to sing the national anthem with pride.
And now we'll be felicitating the dignitaries for the evening. And for that, I would like to invite Mr. Yogendra Singh Dahiya, President STFI, to felicitate. And for that, can we have Mr. B. Rajender, ACS, Department of Sports. We'll request Mr. Yogendra Singh Dahiya to present the award to him.
There's Mr. Yogendra Singh Dahiya presenting a memento. There's a lot of gratitude for the Bihar government, the Bihar State Sports Authority, and the Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government, who have really
Can we
backed
please
this event.
invite Mr. Sanjay Mayuk up next? Mr. Sanjay Mayuk to be felicitated by Mr. Yogendra Singh.
When the government and the authorities get behind a sport, it always presents a fillip, and Sepaktakraw is on its way up here in India. The Bihar government, firstly, they've been magnificent right through this journey. The Bihar State Sports Authority, and just to add, the Indian teams.
And up next, may I please invite Ms. Shreyasi Singh, Olympian and Arjuna awardee.
Shreyasi Singh, the Commonwealth Games gold medalist. Her performance surely inspired many young women around the country. It just set the bar high for excellence. And we are very glad that she has come here to watch Sepaktakraw, the final, and she got to see India win the gold medal. Next to Mr. Yogendra Singh Dahiya was Mr. Karunesh Kumar, who's also been critical in ensuring that this facility was available.
And now, may I please have the honor to invite Shri Surendra Mehta, Sports Minister, Bihar. He'll be felicitated by Mr. Yogendra Singh Dahiya.
The Sports Minister of Bihar, Mr. Surendra Mehta, and we've got to give him our token of gratitude. As I said, the Bihar State Sports Authority, Khel Vibhag of the Bihar government, and the Bihar government itself throwing their weight behind Sepaktakraw, and now for the next 1 year, the Indian teams will be wearing the Bihar branded jerseys.
And now, may I have the honor and privilege to invite Shri Samrat Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. Ladies and gentlemen, if with a big round of applause, we could invite him.
Mr. Samrat Chaudhary, the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar, will now be presented with a token of appreciation from our side. It is just our way to express our gratitude for the great support that we've received from the Bihar government.
I thank all the dignitaries for giving us their valuable time and presence.
While we have already expressed our gratitude towards the Bihar government, we would also like to express our gratitude to the crowd who have come even on working days in large numbers. Yes, they've come to support Team India, but at the same time, they've also come to see some great action. And there were times when they also supported some of the other teams, applauded Thailand, for example, backed Vietnam on a couple of occasions. And just moving ahead, it also builds the fan following for the sport in this part of the country.
Starting off with the women's doubles, where we have Team Myanmar. Can we have Dr. B. Rajendra, ACS Sports, to give away the award for Team Myanmar?
Forik Mohammed is receiving the trophy for the women's doubles on behalf of Team Myanmar. Forik Mohammed, who has been part of ISTAF for 2 decades, working tirelessly to grow the sport.
And now for the winner of the quad event, may I invite Team Vietnam.
Tranti Vui will now come up on behalf of her team. In fact, she'll come alongside her team. All of them deserving winners, of course.
And to give away the trophy, may I please invite Mr. Mahendra Kumar, Director of Sports.
Women's quadrant event, and Vietnam have been dominant for a number of years now. They won the King's Cup in Thailand in 22 and 23, lost it to Thailand in 2024, but defeated them here where it counts, where it matters most at the World Cup.
And for the mixed squad event, may I please invite Team Thailand.
It's said that winning is a habit. It certainly is in Sepaktakraw for Thailand, as they come up once again to collect more silverware.
And to present away the trophy, may I please invite Mr. Surender Mehta, Sports Minister, Bihar. And now, for the men's double category, may I please invite Team Thailand.
The men's doubles winners, Thailand. They were very good. Led by Rachan Vipan, the captain, the veteran. Alongside Photowan.
And to give away the award, may I please invite Ms. Shreyasi Singh, Arjuna Awardee and MLA.
Shreyasi Singh will now present the trophy to representatives on behalf of the Thailand doubles team.
And now we're moving forward to the quad event. And it goes to Team Thailand again. And to give away the award, may I please invite Mr. Bunchai Lurpipat, President ISTAF.
The trophy presented to Thailand by Thailand. Kun Bunchai Lorpipat, who is the acting president of ISTAF. Farouk Mohammed there from ISTAF as well.
And now, for the winners of the Regu Men category, ladies and gentlemen, can we hear it for Team India? To give the award, may I please invite Mr. Samrat Chaudhary, Deputy Chief Minister, Bihar.
This is the moment. The magnificent silverware as Samrat Chaudhary, the Deputy Chief Minister, presents it to Team India. There's the Chief of the Bihar State Sports Authority. The confetti goes up. The pyros go up, because this is a moment that you want to celebrate as an Indian sports fan. Hemraj has been around for so long. He's worked hard for this.
And I thank you all for the valuable time and presence today. And that's all from the medal ceremony.